And good morning and welcome on into the Dragon's Den, everybody. Sorry for the short delay to the start of this. I did make a Dunkin' run this morning, but decided that I needed some additional coffee before getting the stream started because, yeah, it's just going to be one of those days, I think. So welcome on in, everybody. Hope you're having a good day. For those of you that have been following along with the stream, you know that the Trident is back up and running. Between the last stream and this stream, there were some changes that were made. Number one of which was the heat sink came in. So the Dragon is out. Was also having some feed issues with the Dragon, and I think it was I wound up just tearing it apart and replacing the heat brake throat, the whole 9 yards. But the heat sink came in for the Voron or the Revo Voron, so I redid the bottom tool head and got everything set up for this. So as it stands right now, the Trident is back up and running. The Trident is printing. Okay, everything's functioning the way it should. The Klipper screen's good. And for those that you remember from the last stream, Klipper screen is now facing the right direction. I added the 2 lines that are required, which is to rotate the LCD and to rotate the touch screen functionality. But there was one line that you also have to comment out. And as soon as I commented that line out, the screen came up in the correct orientation. So the moral of that story is go read the effing manual, right? Go read the documentation. In this case, I went back to the LDO documents, which is what we used when we installed the screen on Kyber Dragon, which is the LDO 2.4 over here. So the LDO 2.4 kit has this same screen, which we've now put on Fey Dragon, which we've now put on Trident. And the nice thing about that is as we continue to go down and get the, I say as we continue, as the team continues to build out the AFC software and add additional functionality, one of the things they're going to add is some Klipper screen macros and pages specific for the AMS that will help you deal with your colors and what colors loaded, this, that, and everything. So having Klipper screen, not necessary right now, but in the future there will be new stuff to test. And software testing is great. Speaking of which, so once again, a couple things. We've got the Revo Voron back in here. I just had an issue with the existing nozzle that was in there, which was an obsidian nozzle, right? Obsidian, seen a bit, right? Your filament should not be sticking out like that. This is fully clogged. I'm going to have to work on this, and this is PLA. So the only way to work on this is going to be to take the silicone sock off, grab it with a pair of pliers, and heat it up and slowly work all that PLA out. This is ABS. You could technically dunk it and just soak it in acetone, and eventually it'll eat away the ABS and dissolve the ABS. But with PLA, it doesn't work that way. So it is salvageable. It's just going to take a little bit of work. Okay. And I've done that before, and I've got a couple other nozzles. Normally what I do is I just get a couple of nozzles, whether they're regular M6 nozzles or what have you, and I get those, I just swap them out, and then once I get a handful of them, I go in and do a cleaning on them, right? So I'll clean those out. But right now we've got a fresh obsidian nozzle in here. You will see that I've got the brush in here. So I have added the brush. Painstakingly worked to get it in place so it can actually go through and brush. And in fact, do I have a, yeah, I'm going to say clean nozzle. It's going to tell me it can't because I'm not home. But what I was noticing was the profile I was trying to use, because this is a 0.6 nozzle, was telling me no bueno. And I realized I was just printing with a bad profile. So I'm starting to do my extrusion multiplier. It was way under extruding. And now it's probably a little bit over extruded, but we can live with that. But we're going to have to work on building out a profile for this. But we can do that in our leisure time here. Go with that one. Yeah, I think we're still over extruding at this current setup right here, but yeah, we'll be good. Hey, good morning, Pez Liz. How are you doing? So Liz, you may find this interesting because I know that you've been dealing with this, but Mrs. Dragon, her mom kind of got on her and made her go to the hospital or to urgent care because she had been, you know, like feeling sick and under the weather for a few days. And yeah, come to find out she's got COVID. So she's several days into COVID now. So I'm like, oh, well, that's great. There's a blob underneath there. But all right, now that we've home, we can go over and clean nozzle, and let's see if it goes over and yes, that is hitting the brush. So I finally got that set up. We've got our cutter over here, or our part for our cutter over here. So that part's good. Where we're at now in this build is we're ready to go in and set up the AFC-Klipper-Add-On. So the AFC-Klipper-Add-On here, and let me refresh just to make sure I got the latest and greatest. So, whoop, and let me then show my, not browser running, full display. I'll show the full display so you can see what I'm talking about, because that'll make it worthwhile. And let me take a second here to say good morning, Chris, too. Glenn Kaufman, welcome on in. Mr. Wizix, hey. Thunder Keys, thanks for being here. And I will probably be picking your brain throughout the stream here. Rodney Mack, good morning. Been a while. Timor, hey, hey. Fez Liz, good morning as always. Gulsifer, how's it going? How's it going? Hey, Hutchmaker's Face, how's it going? Good morning. Yes, coffee. We did make a Dunkin' run. I do have my fat pills over here called Munchkins. Yeah, so I hope to be fully caffeinated for most of the day, so that'll be good. I watched my neighbor has a guy come and cut his lawn, so he was out there cutting the lawn today. And I need to do that myself. However, we had a slow drizzling rain all day yesterday. And when I went out and walked across my yard to go to the mailbox to check the mail, it was like squishing on a sponge the entire way. And the only way I would have any chance whatsoever of mowing the lawn today is to use the push mower, because using my zero-turn riding lawnmower, I'm just going to sink and dig ruts. And I've already got one of those, so I put a big one in the side yard after the last rainstorm, so no desire to do that. So anyhow, the AFC-Klipper-Add-On. This is the software side of not only the box turtle, but also the 8-track. So for those of you that have been working on the 8-track, you will know the AFC software. It does support both. This software is publicly available. This is a public repository, as noted right here next to the name of the repo. What's not public just yet is the files for the box turtle, right? So you cannot go and get the files for this just yet unless you go through and join the Patreon. And then if you join ArmoredTurtle's Patreon, you'll be able to go in and get access to the beta files. The announcement that was made was that it will go from a closed beta to an open beta once we have 25 box turtles serialed through the closed beta. And we've got 4 right now. This is my second box turtle assembly. The one that's downstairs is doing something weird. I'm not sure if it's anything mechanical or wiring wise, because it was working and all of a sudden 2 lanes just stopped working and other weirdness is happening. So I think what I'm about to do is kind of like what we did on this. Completely blow away the software and rebuild it, because that one downstairs had the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder on it with happy hair. And I don't know if there's anything in there that's causing issues. So it's always better just to, you know, cut and run. One of the other things I want to note real fast is over here on the machine, you will notice that everything has been updated but Klipper. Okay. When we started the upgrades to the Trident for the box turtle, when we were doing our tool head rebuild, adding in the brush and the other stuff, adding in the Klipper screen, we realized that we had to switch from a CB1 running on a Pi 4 sled by Big Tree Tech to either a CM4 on that Pi sled or a full Raspberry Pi, because you can't use a DSI screen, one of the little flexible cable screens, with a CB1. You can only run an HDMI connection, which means you have to run an HDMI and a USB cable. Okay. When we did that, we rebuilt all the software. And then we just took our, adaptive mesh, line purge, macros, printer config, and just reloaded it. When we did that, because we started off with mainsail, the first thing I always do is just update all. That was where my mistake was. So the version of Klipper that was running on the Trident beforehand, which was working perfectly fine, is V012.0-290. Okay? When I updated, it went to 295. And I was, as soon as I hit, it comes up, everything's working fine. As soon as I hit home, it shut down, saying that there was a timing issue between the host and the MCU. And it's basically saying the host is overloaded. And I'm like, there's no way that going from a CB1 to a Raspberry Pi 4 gig, that Raspberry Pi is overloaded, right? So I was searching, and about 2 a.m. I found somebody else that was having the same issue, and it came from a recent Klipper update. So I went back to the same version that was on the CB1, and everything's been working great. So moral of the story, don't hit update all. Update everything but Klipper unless you need to have Klipper installed. Or Klipper updated for some functionality. All right. Thunder Keys must have BOM in hand and be a patron to get the files. Oh, you mean you must have ordered all of the BOM and have it on hand, or at least have all of the BOM parts in hand. I would probably say, bomb on hand or on order, because that way you can get the files and start printing before you get your AliExpress order. One-time donation in lieu of the Patreon sub. That's another way of doing it. Gulfsford, you got done pouring 8,700 pounds of concrete by hand, 2 60-pound bags at a time. Dude. What were you pouring that much concrete for? Yeah, it's up to Robert. It's up to Robert. That's true. But anyhow, back over here at the software, what we need to do is get our software installed. And I'm actually going to put ArmoredTurtle back out of the way because it's right in my line of sight. Okay, so the easiest way to do this, and here are the prerequisites. You need Klipper, Moonraker, and some type of web UI, mainsail, fluid. Now, I only said mainsail or fluid. Thunder Keys, do you know if this will work with the Octoprint interface? Because, I mean, that was the original interface for Klipper. 60 plus foot by 4 foot wide sidewalk, 3.5 inches. Okay, so that's something that you could at least do one section at a time and not have an issue with. Pouring that much concrete and doing it all by hand, you stand the risk of having a brittle pour if you're not able to get it working that quick. Yeah, if you're doing something like a sidewalk, or if you're doing like paver stone type things, then yeah, that works out well. I have no clue, but if it does, I doubt very much it's been exactly 5 foot sections. There you go, Gulfsford. So to install the program, you can use the following commands, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to copy that command, and of course, we're going to have to go back into the command line. We're going to bring up PuTTY. And we're going to log in. And we still have the bait, or the stop trying to be helpful one. We still have the default password in there of Raspberry. I'll change that once we get a little bit further. Hey, ArmoredTurtle, how's up? What's up to Robert? Whether or not you will grant people access to the STLs and the ArmoredTurtle GitHub, if they join the Patreon and they're still waiting on parts to arrive. So Thunder Keys was saying the minimum thing of entry is a one-time donation, joining the Patreon, and having the bomb in hand. But I'm sure if you've got it all on order and can convince you that, hey, it's on order, that you're just waiting for it from Ali, or you've got a bunch of it on hand, that you can get the files so you can start printing ahead of getting it from Ali. But Thunder Keys was saying that is definitely up to you. So you're just exactly, and I keep saying like we, and I'm like, hey, this we ain't part of things, white boy. You're just a tester. So I have to say the team, as in ArmoredTurtle and the couple of others that are working on the software and stuff like that. You're pretty nice. Yeah, you are pretty cool. You let me into this, that's for sure. And I have to make a shout out once again to Thunder Keys for getting me involved in this. Once my password. So it's downloaded the software. Now it wants to run the shell script to do the install. We put in the password and boom, it does that. it tells us there is a section here to update your Moonraker file with. So we'll want to copy that. So we've got that copied. We'll come back over here to Iron Dragon and we'll go to our moonraker.conf. We'll just scroll down here to the bottom. And add that set of information there for the AFC software. And that will allow us to update the the Python files, the Python modules that get called. Hey, Shrimp Father, how are you doing? So we just made a change. We'll go ahead and do a save and restart. And then configuration, sample configuration files for the hardware are in the AFC directory on the GitHub. The AFC directory should be placed in your printer data config directory and included in your printer config file. So we'll need to have this include added. So now we're back up. You will need to create the AFC directory. You know, just come in here for create directory, click on that. AFC needs to be capitalized. Okay, make sure it's capital AFC, right? And then you will need to download and install these files. I've got a couple of extras in here, so don't worry about that. The AFC macro vars and the cut config test files, those are tests. Don't worry about those, but you will be able to download these files from this folder, and you can either, once you have access, you can either clone the whole thing and you'll have a set of files down here, or there is a link that somebody showed me one day. I'll put this here. And if you ever need to, you can use this link to download a specific directory of a repository. So, you know, it's already downloaded and installed the software. Technically, the AFC folder, I'm not sure why we can't get that added in the right place. ArmoredTurtle. Because I believe, I'd have to look at the Pi, but I think it comes down automatically. So if we do a CD into the AFC directory here, and do an LS, so that Klipper config example directory is there. With all of those files already there, or should be, yeah, AFC. So it's just a matter of moving that AFC directory over. A lot of people are more familiar with the GUI. There's multiple ways to skin the cat, basically. We're dealing with software here. There's multiple ways of doing it. So once you get your config files over here, the first thing that you want to do is look at the hardware, the AFC hardware, whatever, and determine which board you use to build your box turtle. Currently, we'll say the testing Band-Aid option is to use a Big Tree Tech MMB. And you've got to pay attention to which ones you use, whether it's a version 1 or version 1.1. And let me grab one. So the box that I have right here says that this is a version 1.1. If you're grabbing one that you've had in, I'll say, in stock on your bench or out of another machine, what you want to do is look at your board, and on the back silk screen will tell you which version of the board you have. Yes, this is a version 1.1 for this particular one. It's critical that you know which version of the MMB you have. There are different pinouts, slightly different pinouts. And I will tell you the difference, or it swaps two of the pins, and it happens to be a motor enable pin and a one of your in-stop pins. So you need to be very cognizant of that. Otherwise, it's going to give you some errors, and it may even fry some components. So just be aware, and it's up to you to then go and look at the Big Tree Tech GitHub and verify your pinouts and make sure that that software file is good. All right. So in our case, we're using a version 1.0 on this particular build. So what we did previously is we had the two examples here. We just left them there. We renamed this file and changed the .example to .cfg, which will allow us to use this file. You want to come in here, and there's several places where there are notes. So you need to replace with your CAN bus UUID. I believe I've already done that with my UUID because, like I said, this particular box turtle build was the one that I actually had the ERCF on. So I know the, oh, thank you, ArmoredTurtle, for the subscribe. I appreciate that. So I know the UUID of this already because I grabbed it from a previous configuration. The other thing you want to do is come down, and there are specific things that you want to make sure of because you can follow the, we do have a wiring diagram in the sense of your triggers should go in these pins, your extruder, so your lane triggers go here, your extruder sensors should go here. That's how the configuration file is defaulted. The big one's going to be the AFC motor rewind. Okay, that is that N20 motor that we installed at the front idlers that will be used to rewind the spool as you're doing a retract and filament change. You get to actually plug those in where you want to. Right? Those haven't been defined yet, at least not standardized for the MMB. So you really need to make sure that you go through and check all of these pins and make sure that everything is plugged in the right direction or in the right place. Your enable pins and stuff like that, those will be good. Or they should be good because those are pretty standard on the board. And then the last thing down here at the very bottom is if equipped with a buffer. Okay, that would be if you're using a Annex Engineering belay, or if you use the turtleneck buffer, which I've got a couple on order. I'm still waiting for them. Real fast, ArmoredTurtle, Rob, those of us that have ordered the turtleneck and the ASCs, will you be able to bring those to 3D Printopia so that we can pick them up there and that'll shave shipping and stuff, or not? Just a question. I keep meaning to ask that in the Discord, and I keep forgetting, blanking out, and doing other things. The big thing here is the pin. The way that this is identified right now as just PC15 would assume that you are plugging that buffer in to your main controller. If you have the room and you decide you're going to plug it into the ArmoredTurtle controller, then know that you need to go through and do the similar pin call out, like, you know, the board, in this case, AFC::pin number. Okay. So just some gotchas. You'll have a select number. So my question though is, I have pre-ordered 2 of the turtlenecks from you, and I've pre-ordered the AFC boards from ISICs, which I know won't be there till like October. But the turtlenecks, rather than having those shipped out, if we're going to 3D Printopia, could you just bring those to the show and save some shipping money? You have the room to bring them. Now that would be the question. Hey, good morning, Free Heathen. Okay, I will tell you this, Armored. Quite honestly, I've got cables galore. I wouldn't need. I could solve that myself. It's just getting my hand. So that's one of the first things you need to do. Under the AFC config file, you'll want to walk through here and just start getting to know the software. Okay. It start off saying that this is the type ArmoredTurtle. That's critical because once again, the AFC software can be used for ArmoredTurtle or the 8-track. All right, no worries. No worries. I'm just being impatient. I can wait. Hey, Goldsper, thank you for the resubscribe for 3 months. I appreciate. Actually, you subscribed to Tier 1 for 3 months in advance. Thank you, my friend. So one of the things that I forgot to mention, we are in September with Twitch. Any subs right now, so 1 month or 3 month subs are 25% off. If you do 6 months in advance, it's 30% off. And the currently, I think it's still going on, any cheers of 300 bits or more, which adds an extra bit on. So I think, I can't remember the percentage, but if you cheer 300 bits, they'll tack on another 45 bits. So that's going on for a short time. So the next thing here, it just says where the variable file is, and then it talks about your moves. I have my moves going a little bit slower than the latest set of files, which is no big deal. I think we were talking about blowing those back up again because we're working with AliExpress extruders, and so they're not like LDO Game 14s that you can run pretty hard and fast. So we are getting some slight binding. If you try and run them too fast, they'll just bind and stop. The hub settings, the hub distance, the move distance, and the hub clear. This is the movement within the ArmoredTurtle that it's talking about here. Okay, so leave all those the same. Your hub cutting settings. This would be if you install an EREC at the back. So there is a thing right now, I believe it's being codenamed Snappy, that will allow you, which camera roll? That will allow you to put a filament cutter hanging on the back here. So it'll mount to the rail, and you leave the hub piece here. You will have to use a hub though. And you'll have your servo mounted cutter that can hang on the back of the box turtle. And what that'll allow you to do is do your cutting back here versus at the tool head. Okay. So you would retract all the way back to the hub sensor. It will stick a little bit back out. Servo will run the cutting motion, and then it will retract it back to the extruder motor. Right? So that's one of the things that's being worked on right now. If you don't have one of those, then you would leave this section as a 0. So the cut hub active, the tool cutting settings, so the tool cut active, it's either a 1 or a 0. And that's probably a note we need to put in there is 1 or 0, 1 for active or enabled, 0 for disabled. We're using a tool head cutting, so we make that a 1. And the tool cut command is called cut. That'll be like the macro that we're going to call in our macro. You'll have park settings, poop settings, kick settings. So poop and kick. By default, you'll do a cut over here on the back left. You will do a purge right here in the back corner. And then kick basically moves your tool head over, drops it down, and then moves it to the left real quick and knocks that blob off. Right? That's poop and kick. Brush, kind of self-evident. You'll come over here and brush your nozzle. Form tip settings. By default, the file is set up to have a tool head cutter and not do tip forming. If you don't want to use a cutter and you just want to do form tip, you make the cutter 0 and form tip you would change to a 1. ArmoredTurtle. Don't tell Milo there will be an optional skirt with a cutter that doesn't hang off the back. Haven't had time to test it yet. Okay, so yeah, it's Milo that's been working on Snappy, which is so Snappy would be short for snapping turtle. So you guys get the theme. Box turtle is the AMS. Turtleneck will be the buffer because turtles can extend and retract their necks, which is what that buffer does. And then Snappy would be the cutter that hangs off the back. And I guess ArmoredTurtle's looking at adding that directly in. And thank you, Thunder Keys, for throwing that out there. And like I said, all Snappy is the Enraged Rabbit encoder cutter modified for use on the box turtle. Okay. The big thing here is the AFC Bowden length. This right here, you will have to determine for your setup. This is the length between the hub at the back of the box turtle and your tool head sensor. Too short and it doesn't get to the gears. Too long, you hit the gears and you grind the filament in your extruders, in your lane extruders in your box turtle. So I still need to change this. I know that this PTFE tube that we cut was 1 meter long. So I know I've got a meter worth of tubing. I add another 25 mils from the top down to where that sensor is. I need to kind of go and look at the Filametrix setup and my Happy Hair configs to figure out, because I do have that length. From doing the ERCFA setup, I do have the lengths from the ECAS to the first sensor, the sensor to the gears to the second sensor to the nozzle. So I have all of those lengths already figured out for this setup. I just need to go and find the actual configurations do the math to say, I should be this distance from point A to point B. If you're long, yeah, if you're a little long, it's not too bad, right? If you're 5-10 millimeters long, you're not going to do damage. If you're 50, 100, 200 millimeters long, you're going to jam it into the top of your gears. Your gears aren't kicking in yet on your tool head, and you're going to be grinding at the extruder, on the lane extruder in the box turtle. Which means you do that enough times, you're going to have feeding issues. You're going to have to take your idlers apart, clean out your idler gears. You know, it's just maintenance. And then this last line down here calls a delay in the prep. This is critical. Whatever you do, do not change, do not touch this. If that's not done, your box turtle will not initialize. Okay. The next thing in the line would be the AFC variables. This is empty. You don't need to change anything. You don't need to put anything in here. What this does is captures the state of box turtle. So once we install box turtle and it does the prep for the first time, it's going to determine whether there's filament in a lane or not. And it will set up these variables. And so what that does is it holds this variable file to let you know whether you have filament loaded into a lane, meaning, so on box turtle, let me see if I can set this up here without damaging things. So, and sorry about that. Apparently, my tensioner on that arm was bad. So this is the ingress. So we start by installing filament here, and as it goes in between those two little bearings, it's going to rock the lever forward. As it rocks that lever forward, this end stop is triggered, and it lets it know that filament's being inserted. So it starts doing pulsing of the extruder motor. They have to push it the rest of the way till it hits the gears. The extruder motor will start loading it, and it'll load it till it triggers the end stop here. Okay, and that is the lane load position, right? Then if it is sent and loaded to the tool head, it will bring it through the hub and load it down to the tool head. And there'll be a place where we'll tell it where the tool head sensor is. And once you add that in, now it knows, it can say it's loaded, the leg is loaded, or it's loaded to the tool head. And eventually we'll be using this sensor in the software as well. Like I said, we're continuing to build out the software so that we'll know where things are, or where the filament is at, what is still triggered, so that you can troubleshoot more effectively. Okay, so this gets auto-populated by the software to tell the box turtle when it starts up and initializes if there's any filament loaded in a lane and if that filament is at the tool head or not. So you don't need to make any changes there. The next would be the general macros. Once again, anything that I have ending in test here, those are testing files. This is just, this was somebody that basically took the Happy Hair tool, or the Happy Hair filament cutter macro, and massaged it to work over here. So that's something I'm testing to see if it works. General macros. These you will need to come in and update some information on. So, and I need to go through and add comments in here, Rob and Thunder Keys, so that we can get this updated. But at a minimum, you need to look at your X and Y positions. So what you need to do is know where this is in relation to your plunger. Okay, let me remove the top here, and we'll go with the overhead camera real fast. So on your, for this cut macro, you'll need to know the X and Y position of this plunger, right? We need to know the XY position of the plunger that we put in over here, and where our tool head is in relation. So what you're going to do is manually move your tool head to where this plunger is just touching the lever. And then you need to make sure that you have enough travel. You need about 5 millimeters to be able to fully cut and cleanly cut your filament in your tool head. So right now, my depth is 303 and my plunger is set at 5, right? So I have configured my cut macro to be at X35. So that leaves it 35 millimeters. So it kind of it'll move it to about right there. Y303, so it'll move it to position 303. And then it'll do the cut motion, which moves it to the left to X0.5. That gives it 4.5 millimeters of travel of push on that lever to cut the filament. And then it goes back to the X35. Okay. Then we have a brush macro, and that's going to tell it to go back here to the brush and brush this, right? So we need to make sure that these numbers within our brush macro, let me there we go. Darn it. Give me 1 second. Okay, so on our macro brush, we need to make sure that these locations line up with the locations that we basically set for our nozzle clean macro and our standard macros. And this is currently set to X85, Y304. I still need to validate the X position. So I know 304 is the correct position depth-wise for this. What I need to do is figure out where it gets close so that we can then do the brushing motion and be done. So I just need to know the distance, the X position right as it gets here, and then how long, which I know it's 35 millimeters. So if I know the X position to get it right to the brush, I can put that in, and then it will calculate, and then, so, you know, whatever the X start position is, the X end position is, and then we can do our brushing. So those are things that you need to set. Your park position, you need to modify these. So these are created using a 350 size machine. Okay, this is a 300 size machine. So a park position of Y340 is not going to work. It's going to throw an error and stop. Hey, Golfer. Oh, okay. So, Golfer, thank you for gifting DaVinci a tier 1 gift sub. I appreciate that. And thank you, Pez Liz, for cheering some bits with the light up heart. I still love that emoji and the bigger one when you do it like that. I still love that. I need to talk to you about how to set some of those things up too. Mr. Wizix, yes. Coffee. You guys are going to keep going. You're going to make me go down and get the salsa and a spoon, aren't you? Yeah, you love the power-ups. So you need to verify some of this stuff. So in this case, I know that my end stops are set to 305. So Y end stop is 305. That's why my brush is set to 304. And how I set this, I'll tell you that in 1 second. But I need to change this. So my park position, I want it to be like 303, right? And X10 is going to bring it over into this corner. I much prefer it to be over in the back right corner, just because. So I'm going to change this to like, I don't know, 295. So I like my park position to be over here versus over here. Just me. The kick macro. Once again, we need to look at these. So Z height, we'll drop it 10. It'll go to X21 over in this corner, 339. We're never going to get to 339. So let's change that to 303. It'll drop it down to 3 millimeters above and go to X0. So it's going to kick that. But at the same time, when we do that, it's going to cut the filament again. And X10, 340 Z5. We know we can't get to 340, so we need to change that to 303 as well. And then we have some lane change macros. I have modified these. I have to say that up front. Normally, the only line in here is this center line on these. Look at that. Everybody's cheering bits and Twitch is kicking in as well. You guys are awesome. We'll release the bomb publicly if we can get Dragon enough new subs. Hey, there you go. And, oh, by the way, I do need to make this announcement. I meant to do it earlier. I have recently gone over 500 followers on YouTube. And for those of you that also work on YouTube, you will know that means I can now be monetized on YouTube. So I am working through right now on updating my YouTube channel a bit. There will be a members only live stream once a month to start with over on YouTube. And there will be some, shorts and other stuff. As you know, all of this content gets cross-loaded onto YouTube. There will be certain member perks over on YouTube where you can get, like, it'll be all of my videos that get ported over to YouTube will be available over there for members for 24 hours before everybody else gets them, right? And that's just because I know there are people that are on YouTube that will never, ever go to Twitch. So kind of trying to make it work on both platforms. And like I said, when I start doing some things out in the shed or down in the garage, if I ever get my 20 amp outlets down there, for Milo, and there will be another mill that I will be beta testing. When I'm doing that content and I'm out in the shed or downstairs, I will have one of my cameras and a laptop that I go out and I do videos recording out there. Chances are they won't be live streams. I have, running these things is one thing. Running a mill cutting steel or aluminum, you never want to live stream that because the sound's going to be annoying, right? So that will most likely be videos with voiceover or something. But yeah, there will be content in both directions. When you mess stuff up and make funny faces. No, I do that here all the time, Gulfsfer. You know that. You've seen enough of my videos to know when I do stupid stuff, and I call myself out. But yeah, so I'm going to be, so some of the things that are happening, after 3D Printopia, I've got a checklist of things that need to be done. Some rebranding may happen, and because I know Dragon Den, there's Dragon Den, or is it Dragon Den 3D? And it's caused some confusion because they've been at Murph and they're going to be at 3D Printopia. It is Dragon Den 3D. I think it's the Dragon Den 3D. It's a young lady and she designs dragons and does a bunch of 3D printing, and she has sponsored tables out there. So I got to be careful of some naming. So I don't run afoul. I don't want to upset her, right? Because I love dragons. We know I love dragons. So I don't want to piss off somebody that designs dragons. But yeah, long story short, there will be some exclusive only content over on that channel. But yeah, we're growing. So yeah, what our ArmoredTurtle say is, I'll release the bomb publicly if we can get Dragon enough new subs. So there we go. That's the sub push. We get more subs here, and you know, I don't know what Rob's going to say is that limit, but if we get enough new subs here, Rob's going to release the bomb publicly. And Rob, I did mention the announcement that once we have 25 serial box turtles in the closed beta, the box turtle will go public beta. Is that still the case? I believe that was the announcement. Now's your chance to correct me if I'm wrong. So we have some tool change macros here. We've got the lane eject macros. We've got the tool unload macros. Two different things. Okay, and please, Rob, Thunder Keys, correct me if I get this wrong. Tool unload unloads from the tool head, right? It'll unload from the tool head to the lane sensor. The eject macro will take it from the lane sensor all the way out. I don't believe the lane eject will eject it completely from the tool. And that's something you've got to be aware of. So if you are mainly going to be swapping out all your filaments and you currently have one loaded in the tool, heat your tool up, then do a tool unload, which will do its little thingamajigger and move it back to the lane, and then do a lane eject. That is what screwed me up down on the first one, and ever since then I've been chasing some weirdness. So know that still needs work, as he said, but if you've got filament loaded to the tool and you're going to be swapping out filaments, heat up your tool head, do a tool unload, then do the lane eject. So, and I just added the AFC eject macro. That is something that is, there was a pull request for that, so I just added that. Don't worry about that. That is some testing. Yes, I will save and close that because I changed some of the parameters there. That was the general macros. The poop is the poop macro. I haven't changed anything on this. I don't think there is no positional information. Is it purge X, purge Y? Yes, there is. I think, Rob, something we may want to do, and I'll have to like submit a pull request or something like that, is make it parameterized. In other words, I know with like Happy Hair, you can go into one file and say, here are my limits. And then it uses variables to figure everything else out, right? So we should be able to go into one file and say, I have a 300 by 300, or I have a 350 by 350, or I've got a Rat Rig VCore 4500, and so I'm 500 by 500, you know, and it can then auto calculate a bunch of this other stuff, right? I think having one single variable file where we put in the location of our tool head cutter, the location of our brush, the location, you know, the size of our print volume, that would be the next level. And then everything else can auto calculate. You know, exactly. Yeah. I think that would be something good to look at. So I'm going to do a save and restart. And I think we walked through all of these. So we're good there. And once again, we can go through and look at all of these macros. We can play with all of these macros. It's no big deal. What I do want to, something I want to do though, is let me home this, because I still need to figure out the X position for my brush. I can come down here and kind of measure it with a ruler, but moving the head physically is going to give you a lot closer. So I know 303 is where I want to be. I know I'm at 150 right now. So let me do a guesstimate. I'm just going to put in something that you guys can't see because that makes sense. You go back over here to full display. And you've got that camera. Let me do side camera. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is try and find my position for my brush, right? So I know that the Y position is going to be 303. I know I'm at 150. I'm just going to take a quick gander. Yeah, I'm going to say G1, X 180, Y 303, F 1200. F is going to be the speed, and I'm telling it to go to a specific position. So we're still to the left some. Let me move to the right. All right, so that just got me into it. There we go. About 195, 303 is my location. And then I can do my brush length. I know my brush is 35 millimeters long. So I would need to come in here and change some G code. So wasn't in here, right? There was nothing in the AFC config for the brush. It was just brush yes or brush no. Correct. So we need to go to general macros for the brush. Our X is going to be 195, Y 304. Start will be 195. And then the 195, 304, and the ending will need to go like 35, public math. So we need to at least go to 130. Or I'm sorry, 230. I'm going to tell it to go to 240. So that way it goes completely past, right? All right, sounds good, Rob. Thanks. But everyone knows, I think the turtle is the coolest thing to come out since the AMS. Yes. And that's the thing is I've been talking about this. Zombie's been talking about this. We're going to have several of these on display at 3D Printopia. I'm bringing at least 2, maybe 3 if I get my parts in from AliExpress in time. And there's going to be differences between all 3 of them, right? My version 1, which is the blue, white, and black one downstairs, is slightly different printed parts than version 2. They're both using the Big Tree Tech MMB v1.0. The third one I'm going to do is going to be running a Big Tree Tech version 1.1. Slight difference there, and it will have different printed files as well. So today the Poop Macro Gulsifer will create a blob right here on the corner, and then it'll knock that blob off. So it will do the cut. It'll poop right here on the corner of the bed, right? It will scoot over, drop down slightly, and then push it off the edge. So your poop right now is just going to come down here somewhere. We can probably put some type of poop bucket over here, but it'd have to be either hanging off the back or coming up from the bottom somehow. There is an option. We would have to create it, but right now there is no poop bucket. It's just flinging it off, so it's going to be all over the bottom. Shoosh, 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 shoosh. Exactly. It's going to be the poop shoosh. You need a shooting bucket. Yeah. And that's the other thing for the E-Rec, or excuse me, the Snappy, which is the E-Rec mounted to the back of Box Turtle. Milo did a video, and when it cuts, it cuts the filament, and then it flings it everywhere. And I'm like, oh, we're going to have some type of deflector and catch bucket, or that's going to be shooting little pieces of filament all over the place. Yeah, it's being worked on. So we've got our brush there, 195, 240, and oh, I almost missed that last bit. Go back to 303. When it's done, go over to 295, 303 over here, which is the park location, so I'm good with that. I need to save this, close it, and real fast I need to come back up here to my main macros file and look at my nozzle clean now that I have the X position. Oh, it's not in here. It's actually called nozzle clean nozzle. Oh my God. I back up. Well, I swear I just said delete that and it just changed something else. So tell me that this thing did not just delete something else. Adaptive mesh, crow's nest, line per macro, nozzle script. That's what I was. Brush start was $195. Really at about 200. Actually, where is it at right now? Sorry, folks. I'm just trying to do some cleanup and fix things while I'm at it. 195. Make brush with 40 just for the sake of it to make sure that we're getting through. Sorry about that. Yeah, I saw he was talking about that, but yeah. You're in the beta, Gulsifer? Okay, good. Have I not seen you chatting in the secrets channel for that? Oh, the cat box, since the poop will end up outside of it eventually. Yeah, yeah, there you go. The cat box, the litter box. Okay, so we've got our AFC stuff done. We've fixed for our nozzle brush scrubby thing. And I can test that real fast. I'm just going to do a home all. And then we'll do a clean nozzle macro. And this is the, this will call the, was it scrub, nozzle scrub macro. So boom, done. So that's working the way we want it. And you'll notice there's no other box turtle macros here. And that's because my system doesn't know about box turtle. Okay, so we need to come down here into our printer config, scroll down a little bit, and inside, or excuse, include AFC it's going to be one of those days. Okay. So configuration, you need to make sure that your files are good. Once your files are good, you need to copy this include command and add it in. Okay. So that's what we did. We have the include file call out here. We just need to go in and remove the hash mark to comment it back in. And when we do a save and restart, it will now parse those AFC configs. And if anything's wrong, then it calls it out. It says that PA8 is used multiple times in the config. A8. A8. Let me come in here, do a quick search for PA8. So the first place we find that is in a fan. That is the print cooling fan. This is commented out, so shouldn't be an issue there. That is the only place it is called out is in my print config is under the cooling fan. So we know it's not there. The only other thing would be up here in our configuration for the AFC. So come up here. It was PA8, right? So there's an enable pin AFC:PA8, also called PA8 is also called for a lane trigger. So let me here's a gotcha. Klipper's being very helpful. So in our MMB v1.0 config, we've called the same pin out twice. That's a gotcha. So let's come look at our MMB pinout. Okay. Once again, we're using an MMB and version 1.1 pinout. So the enable pin for motor 1 is called PA8, right? So that is our motor enable pin, which means I have something called out wrong down here. So second place it was called out was leg 4 for the prep. This is the lane trigger sensor. Looking back here, I can't show you the call out, but I will, well, I probably can, but I will tell you the way it's set up is this is the RGB, right? The RGB is the one funky connector where the ground is at the lowest position, not in the middle. I always want to call that out. But the way that the default is set up is trigger 1 for the trigger pin for lane 1. So the trigger is the sensor at the inlet for each lane. So lane 1, lane 2, lane 3, lane 4, or leg 4. So this should be Papa Bravo 8, not Papa Alpha 8. Or yeah. So this is a fat finger on my part. This should not be PA8. This should be PB. So we'll change that to Papa Bravo 8. Save and restart. And this is going to take a bit and it's going to fail. Why is it going to fail? Because we haven't connected ArmoredTurtle. It knows about ArmoredTurtle now because ArmoredTurtle is called out in our, I'm sorry, not the AFC config, in our hardware. So we have the CAN bus ID right here. It doesn't know about it, or it knows about it now, but it can't connect and it's trying to connect. So this will eventually fail out because ArmoredTurtle is not connected up. And that's kind of what I'm waiting for. I want it to do that. That tells me it's parsed all the files and all the files are good. And I want it to tell me that basically by airing out before I physically connect the cable. Because once I physically connect the cable, if I have any misconfigurations, it could fry something on the board. I don't want that. You like the lane lights on the heads? Yes. So here we go. It finally failed out. MCU AFC unable to connect. That tells me it parsed all of the config files and there were no syntax errors in the config files. Okay? And so it just can't find the AFC board via the UUID. So I'm going to take this panel and put it back in. I don't have all the clips, just the rear two, so that I can push it back in. Come on now. Seriously? Go back in. There we go. The top panel's in place. We're going to bring ArmoredTurtle and set it up here. And if you all remember, we created this 4-pin microfit connector. And on the last stream, we added the female connector to the side skirt down here. So I will be able to take this cable. Sorry, let me go back to the bench side here. I'm going to be able to take this cable. I'm going to fly you guys out over here. And we're going to plug it in right here. And when we do this, provided I matched everything up right, and I can actually, yeah. So we're now connected, and I don't know if you can hear, but some motors are trying to do some things. So we're going to have to restart our firmware, which I just did via the Klipper screen. I feel like that's an N20 that's trying to do its thing. Okay, this is weird. It is definitely trying to do a rewind. And it's still not coming up, which makes me wonder if I don't have the right, I may not have the right name in there for it. So give me one, or UUID for it. And that is worrisome. So we're getting power and it's trying to do its thing. I just went ahead and did a full reboot of the system. And by the way, Nomi is saying that it's broken because this little screen talks to the host computer via web, right? So this knows the IP of this machine. So as soon as it comes up, now it's talking and you get your little face. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and unplug it because it's definitely not finding it, and it shouldn't be sitting here trying to completely rewind those motors the whole way. So something might be amiss, and that UUID is not coming up fast. So give me 1 second. I have the old configs over on this machine. Do need to go in and figure out what's causing that to trigger like that. That's the folder I was. Make sure I got the UUID correct. He's actually finding the right file that we have the. That's the issue, is I did not update the UUID. So come in here, update that UUID. Something about saying, hey, replace this. So I just updated that UUID based on looking over at this machine. I'm going to tell it to restart. I'm going to plug this back in. Should hopefully find it. And hey, it doesn't make annoying sounds when it knows how to find it. Or at least it shouldn't. We've got LEDs on all 4 lanes. We see about raising you guys up some so you can see those indicators. And sorry about the sunlight coming in the back there. Okay, we did take an error, the TMC error. I just did a firmware restart. AFC stepper leg 1 reports an error in the driver status. So we're still having an issue there. Just going to verify a couple of things real fast on the MMB. You have all the power settings right. Connectors are all pushed in. All the wires are the same colors. So that's good. We were pretty meticulous there, but no problem. This may just be a configuration error. And so, yes, Free Heathen, on this board, there is an RGB connector on this, on the MMB boards. This is the nice thing. So compared to an Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder board, the Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder board only has the necessary bits and pieces, right? Very small board, and it only has the bits and pieces needed for an Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder. So the servo, the encoder, an end stop, actually 2 end stops, an encoder, 2 motors, a servo, an end stop, an encoder, and an extra 3-pin connector. That's it. Bare minimum just to run it. With the Big Tree Tech MMB, you get 4 motor ports, you get 11 end stops, a RGB, a servo, and a motor, which is the servo and encoder, and an I2C port. Oh, I get that you like to hack the boards, but what I'm saying is there's more features and abilities on the Big Tree Tech board than the ERCFA board. It's just physically bigger. And this is using, I think this is like a Arduino. So basically this is the Arduino, where this is a full STEM32 chip. So that's the thing, is this is just a dramatically more capable board. This is what allows us. We could not use an ERCFA board to run all of the end stops that we're running in ArmoredTurtle. Okay, so once again, we're taking an error, and what I want to do, and the error was against the AFC stepper in leg 1. So we need to come back here and look at leg 1. And I'm just going to verify things again. So step direction is PB15. The direction pin, or excuse me, the step pin is PB15. The direction pin is PB14. The enable pin is PA8. So motor 1, PA8. Step PB15, direction PB14. So that's correct. PA10 for the UART pin. So those pins are correct. And it's a TMC error that we're getting. Short to supply. Open load B. So that may be a wire issue. So for that, I will shut down. Give the host a couple of seconds to finish off. Kill the power. Move our coffee off the bench. Move some things. We'll go to the overhead camera. And this is, like I said, this is what I really like. I can just pull that 4-pin connector, and now I can move ArmoredTurtle around. I'm going to move it over here to the workbench. And I'm going to take a look. So what I'm getting is an error on the motor 1, and it's shorting to ground, which means it's probably a pinout error or a bad crimp. So this side on the motor, this is lane 1. So this side I know is good. It's the factory crimps and everything. So it may be something to do with the crimps over here, or things aren't pinned out right. And there we go. There we go. That wire just came out, so that was a bad crimp. I just need to re-crimp my black wire here. So grab my tweezers so I can dig that pin back out. And once again, I had somebody on YouTube throw a comment out there that said they love my streams. And one, other than just making my heart swell, I think it's primarily because I don't, a lot of YouTube people, and I'm not bashing on anybody, right? A lot of YouTube people, when they do their videos, right? Like a video of YouTube video, it's all edited and everything just works right, you know, and that's just not reality. Live streamers, when they're doing their live streams like ModBot and Peanut Creator and a few other people like that, you actually get to see, no, this didn't work right. I had a bad crimp. So I'm not going to hide the fact that I had a bad crimp. I'm going to show you. I had a bad crimp. It happens. When you're crimping your own wires, as Nero would say, crimping ain't easy. No, it wasn't the motor pairs, because we validated that before we started crimping any of our wires. That was one of the parts of the video series, and I like to show that is even in the same batch of motors from the same manufacturer, they can be different phases, or the wiring may be different. In this case, all of the wires were the same. So if there is something different and the phases are different, it's physically wired different inside the motor. But the color positioning of all the wires are the same as they're coming out of the motor. And so once I validated the pairs on one motor, they should all be the same. So the issue here was just it was a bad crimp. And as soon as I pulled on that wire, the wire came out. So that tells me it was a bad crimp. So I fixed that. We're going to plug that back in. Kind of makes me want to do the same thing. We're just going to pull all of these and do another wire pull check on these. Come on out, darn you. Thank you. So I'm just going to pull these out and do a gentle wire pull on each one of these. Make sure we don't have another bad crimp that we then have to chase down. I thought I had done this beforehand, apparently not. So always check your crimps. And it could be that I had a good crimp, or I thought I had a good crimp, and then as I was routing wires and doing stuff that I may have yanked on a wire too much or something. Sometimes you don't have the connector fully seated and the connector itself pushes out, so it's just a matter of reseating the connector or pulling the little locking lever up in the back. So those all seemed good. These are screw down terminals. So we're now going to flip this back over. Switch our screen back over to the bench side. I'm going to take that 4-pin connector once again, plug it in. Pin connector, plug in, okay. And hit the power. So I'm not sure why it's trying to drive that motor. I'll have to figure out which one of these motors it's trying to drive. But it tries to drive one of the motors, or all of the motors. And somebody had an issue there with getting to ArmoredTurtles. Does it come up for me? Yeah, site can't be reached, so Yeah, it's not XYZ, it's ArmoredTurtle.com. That's the issue. So that's the correct link there, Thunder Keys. It's ArmoredTurtle.com. So suggested crimping tool. The tool that I use is it can be either iWhis or iCrimp. This is an IWS-2820M. And I use these for JST and microfit 3 connectors, or any microfit connectors, JST connectors. This is what I use. Oh, this is the beta manual. Okay, gotcha. So you have to use HTTP. So let me check that out. So force it to unsecure. I can type right. Unsecure HTTP. Okay, I'll just tell you that threw up some errors on my Avast. So I'm not sure what the deal is there, Armored Turtle, but my Chrome's giving me a hard time. Yeah, tell me you work as a security guy without telling me you work as a security guy. Yeah, that link will not work. My Chrome browser says no. My Avast says no. Okay, and it shut down again with stepper leg 1 still throwing an error. We fixed the crimp issue. Okay, well, maybe it is out of phase wired. Shouldn't be though. So I believe the crimp issue is solved. At this point, we are going to have to look at I'll have to do the good old. We'll set that over. We'll grab the multimeter, and we'll have to do some checking. Hey, how's it going, Westery? This was supposed to be a good to go stream, and we're into troubleshooting mode, which I will tell you, there's a part of me that wanted to plug this thing in over the last couple of days and verify that it was going to be working before the stream, but I think this, as we were talking about earlier, I think this is a better test. You know, what is going wrong? The issue is leg 1, which is our first connector here. Pop that off. And what we're going to do is we're going to go into our continuity mode. And we're going to verify our pairs. And we should be side by side. So I should be able to hit the 2 connectors side by side. And I've got no continuity. This is up here. Interesting. So I don't know if you guys can tell. Let me put this up here so you guys can see. Right, so there's our reading. And I should be 1 and 2, right? So my pairs should be side by side. Another than the fact that that's popping out. So here is pins 1 and 2. There's no connectivity. If I go pins 1 and 3 and actually get my things on them. Get a reading. Should get a reading. What's going on here? 2.6. And if I go to 2 and 4, .6. So 1 and 3 and 2 and 4 are my pairs for this motor. And the pairs as listed on Big Tree Tech website should be BBAA. So I need to swap the middle two colors on this motor. And I'll have my two pairs side by side. So this really was a pairs are wrong issue. And you can pull these a couple of times. You just have to push down the lever and pull the connector, if I can get my fingers to work. Now, use the tip and lift the locking lever at the back. If you're lucky, you can catch it with the tip of your pliers or something and lift it back up. If not, then you'll have to recrimp it. Doesn't need to be lifted up a lot, just a little bit. Make sure it locks. Lift up the pin on the other one. That one in there. Locking. Make sure they lock. Otherwise, when you go to put the connector back in, it'll just push the connector out instead of locking, and you'll get a bad connection. Those are good. Now, we're just going to check them all before I close this back up yet again. Yeah, the AFC light, when you switch, you need to make sure, and that's where you have to check your board pinouts and stuff and make sure that you're connecting things up appropriately. So we're going to check this one, make sure that we're done the same, done the right way. So 1 and 2 need to have continuity. They don't seem to have continuity. One pin and 3. Okay, so this is pinned out wrong as well. What did I just do with my tweezers? Here, not here, not there. What did I do with the tweezers, guy? Losing my mind? And drop them in here. Not up here. How did I literally lose my tweezers right here? Losing it, guys. You guys see what I did with my tweezers? I am seriously losing my mind here. I just used the tweezers to pull those out. And I have no idea where I put the darn things down at afterwards. On the ground anywhere. Not down in there anywhere. Well, I guess we'll use the other pair of tweezers. Right here. I had them stuck in the frame like that. So this is good wiring. Probably should have validated it, but I went on faith that all 4 of my motors that I got at the same time from the same place would be internally wired the same. So either I validated it and then went ahead and wired it up wrong. It always happen because the pairs that I am swapping, by the way, are red and green. And I happen to be red-green color deficient or colorblind. So it is quite possible that that I figured out, okay, these are good. And then I rolled them myself when I went to do the wiring. So thank you for the lurk, Shrimp Father. Like I said, we're just validating these and making sure that they're wired up correctly. Because once I figured one's wrong, there's always a chance for more to be wrong. Okay. So this one was wired right. Oh. Well, B. Yeah, that was me. Two of them were wired right and two of them were wired wrong. Looking at the colors. That was all me. That was all me. All right, so good segue into validating wiring. We had one bag crimp and then two wires where I had pairs rolled because, you know, I screwed up. We'll go back to full display and we'll go ahead and power this back on. And if you can hear this, this is one of the N20 motors that's going. I don't remember that happening, but that could just be a change in the software in the prep routine. That is good and tells me that things are wired up somewhat correctly over there. And it's going through and I'm hearing that one of the extruders is trying, or all of them are trying. So extruder one's trying to load. There is another issue there with something not configured right because it's assuming that something is triggered. If I come down here, you'll see that the hub is empty, but the tool is detected. The tool should be detected because there is filament in the tool. The hub is empty. You'll see that we have several more macros down here like cut, BT tool unload, BT lane eject, so on and so forth. Whoops. We come back over here to the ArmoredTurtle. We do have a troubleshooting piece here that we can check out that link. I'm going to bring it up in a separate page. Okay, and so this is going to query the AFC and give us some information. So leg 1, load is false. Prep is true. Material is empty. Full ID, color, leg 2, load is false. Prep is true. Material is empty. So is this ArmoredTurtle, if you're here, is this literally trying you got this, Dragon? This is definitely not beans. I love you like I love filet of fish. Oh my God. Platonically and unconditionally. Gotcha. Hey, Bexy Beans, how's it going? So this is actively trying to do something. So one of the things I am going to do real fast is I'm going to unload the software. I'm going to unload the material that's currently in here. I was going to try to, let me home things first. Everything should be false. It's empty. I agree. So this is what it's showing. So all 4 lanes, false, false, false. It's empty. There's nothing loaded here. But there is something amiss because if we look at our lanes, light, 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 this is a dark light. But lane 1 over here, the extruder is trying to load. So there is something amiss in the config. I'm going to do a save and restart. Attempt to do a save and restart. I'm going to do a reboot instead. Yeah, everything is showing as empty, but lane 1 was continuing to try and load, which was almost telling me like my end stop I have reversed. And I want to say I wired these up as normally open, not normally closed. May have done that wrong. So if lane 2 starts triggering, then that tells me that I wired them. Okay, so my light's different. And extruder 2 is trying to load. So that tells me once again that I foobarred my wiring. So let me come in here to lane 2 and change that. Lane 3, change that. And all I'm doing is taking the exclamation points out. It's saved, but it won't do a restart because it's in the process of trying to do an action, which in this case is running the prep command. So we're going to reboot. And this is me. I wired the front ones differently. I don't know why. I can't remember why. So I probably wired it and did that to myself. It should have just been wired the same. The only difference is these had the levers on the front, where everything else you take the levers off and you're triggering them with a ball. So now prep is working. It just went through and it did all these. And now this one. So this one, for whatever reason, is either wired or pinned weird. Why? I don't know. I don't know what I did. But yeah, that's me. Apparently I wired these up wrong, different, or something. And once this reboots, hopefully we should come back up. And finally, everything will be ready and prep will do its thing and be done. come over here. We'll make this bigger. This one, not that one. There we go. Okay, so there we go. We've got all 4 lanes up here. Nothing is doing its running. Like none of the motors are kicking in and running. And quick test, I'm just going to push this back. As I push this back, you should see the light change, and I'll listen for the extruder trying to load something. Okay. Light didn't change, but I did hear the extruder pulse a couple of times. And I'm not sure if you can hear this, but these motors are pulsing. Okay, so this one, it's not triggering the motor. So there's something still wrong with lane 4. If I look at the variable, they are all showing false. So that part's good. We still have something amiss with lane 4, not triggering the extruder. Any thoughts on that, Robert? Meanwhile, I'm going to heat this up and remove the filament that I currently have in, so I'll be able to plug in ArmoredTurtle. So Robert, do you have any ideas for me to check on this one now, or Thunder Keys? Okay, so that will show me all the sensors. So if I come in here and refresh this, so ID, status, AFC, leg 1, load false, prep false, material is empty, full ID is empty, color is empty. Leg 2, load false, prep false, material empty, spool, color empty. Leg 3, load false, prep false, material, spool, and color are empty. Leg 4, load false, prep false, material, spool, and color ID are empty. System current load. Tool loaded is true. Hub false. Number of lanes is 4. So the hub is empty. So all of these are empty. Once again, the issue I'm seeing, Thunder Keys, is if I trigger this manually just by pushing back on this, lane 1 extruder tries to load. Lane 2 extruder tries to load. Lane 3 extruder tries to load. I push back on lane 4, extruder is not trying to load. So my question is what do I need to look at there? Because that's similar behavior that I'm getting down below. The other thing is once your prep command ends, you'll get the little turtle saying it's ready, and it shows that all 4 lanes are ready. So we double check the pins. Which pins should I be looking at? True. Swap the motors and see if that changes. Okay. That will require a reboot. Let me, while I have things heated up, let me unload my filament. This is just me physically unloading the filament that I had in the printer, because we will be testing with box turtle going forward eventually. Cool this back off. I want to let this cool down at least a little bit. This cutting lever is kind of like a fidget toy. I just want to sit here and play with it. All right, let me validate that real fast while I'm sitting here. Make sure we don't have a config issue. So leg 4, hardware, step is Papa Bravo 6. Direction is Papa Bravo 7. Enable, Papa Bravo 5. Yep. And CS is Papa Alpha 9. That is correct. And those are the pins for a 1.0, right? So 1.0, PB5, PB6, PB7, PA9, yep. For 1.1, that, yeah. So the difference between a 1.0 and 1.9, I think it's motor 2 and one of the step pins, the enable and this pin 4 right here, which would be Papa Bravo 8's different. Hey Shenanigans, welcome on in. No, this one is currently a 1.0, but we'll check. We'll double check the, I didn't check the pins, so we'll double check the pins and make sure it's good. It didn't throw an error, so we should be good there. The one thing that I think would be great, and this would be for troubleshooting purposes, if you notice on our display here, I go to the dashboard and show it, so full display. So we see the status of the hub and we see the status of the tool. I don't see the status of any other end stops. If I come over here and look at the end stops and do a query, I see X, Y, Z, and probe. I'm not even seeing, so none of the sensors I have a way of checking other than looking at this web page and seeing what load and prep turns into and hub, right? Yeah, it shows the sensors, but you need to be able to decode it. Like I think if we had it show up in the GUI as lane 1 trigger, lane 1 extruder, hub, might be a little bit easier. But anyhow, we're going to check some wiring again. Hey Ram, how's it going? And this is where that quick disconnect cable comes in so handy. So first thing we're going to do is I'm simply going to swap the connectors between motor 3 and motor 4. I need to see if the behavior follows. So what'll happen here is if I trigger the lane 3, it shouldn't run. If I trigger lane 4, then it should run an extruder if everything goes to plan. So remind me, as of right now, 3 and 4 have been swapped. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. It just attempted to do everything to prep it. If I trigger 1, I hear an extruder motor trying. 2, I hear and feel that extruder motor. 3, if it runs, should run this 4th one over here. And it is. So 4, if I trigger, it should run the extruder motor under lane 3 if it's working. And it's not. I still get nothing. So the extruder motors themselves are working. Now it's a wire or a trigger issue. So this is, we're down to a wiring issue. And of course it's lane 4. Like, why wouldn't it be an easy one to get to? Yeah, so now just switch to triggers because that's the easy part to do, right? Thunder keys. And I'm being facetious there. I know. So I will also say for trigger 4, yeah, every single one of these I wired up as normally open, right? Which means instead of doing the ends, I did the, or you sit here and you look at your end stop and you realize that your end stop is not tightened down, so it's not triggering regardless. Or actually it is tightened down, but it keeps backing off. Why is that? So the end stop is backing out and not triggered at all at any point. So you see, why would that be like that? So in this case, the issue was physically with the trigger end stop. Why would an M3x6 not tighten that down and hold it? Okay, so that was a physical trigger issue. Now I know what else to look at downstairs. Before I forget, we're going to go ahead and rotate 3 and 4 back around, because that would be bad. Ah. Hey Zombie, how's it going? So the one of the issues we're dealing with right here is we validated some wiring. I literally, you know, it was my fault. I literally wired 2 motors backwards. I reversed the polarity. So 3 and 4 were right and 1 and 2 were wrong. We got that fixed. Now we're chasing down why one lane wasn't triggering at all. We figured it wasn't a motor issue because swapping the motors worked. So I started to look at the trigger and realized that the end stop itself had slid back, so it was always open. So, which would be why it wasn't triggering right. So, once again, another reason why we do these quick disconnect connectors in the side skirt, because it makes it so much easier to do troubleshooting as well. Okay, so power on. We fixed the end stop and we swapped motors. So everything's popping up or coming up. Once it comes up, the N20 motors will stop doing their spinny thing. Okay. So this one's doing its thing because I need to fix the configuration file. Missed a lot there. And hook up the box turtle to my V0. Yes, you can, Zombie. The issue is you're probably not going to have, well, 2 issues. You're going to need some type of filament sensor, and if you don't have a cutter, either at the back hub with Snappy or at the tool head, then you'll want to do tip forming. But Milo has done it, yeah, with this 5-lane box turtle. Yeah, so now I switch the triggers. So now everything should be right. That runs. That runs. That runs. And that runs. So I have all 4 lanes that are running. That's good. I guess if I turn this on, you'll see it as well. Come back up here to the dashboard, and you'll see that we got our little box turtle there. So that's good. How is your V0 going to be the only printer you're taking with Klipper? Does a circle have an orientation? Not really. So now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to put filament in it and see if it loads. And of course, I'm trying to think, what colors do I want to use? Ow. When all else fails, you know, We're just going to pull out of the AMS and put in here. And I should probably start from the furthest to the closest, since it's going to be the easiest way for me to load things based on how I'm sitting. So here's a black. And what you'll see is as I put this in, it's going to go between the two small bearings in this top head here, which is going to rotate that lever forward, which will open up the end stop, and then it'll start the extruder motor going. And you're going to have to push this in until you get to the extruder. So, and now the extruder pulls it the rest of the way in. Let me go to an overhead shot. So you just have to be kind of fast when you start pushing it in. And unlike a AMS, you do want some type of a tip on here to get past that first set of bearings. And these front rollers have a TPU sleeve on them. I'm using just regular TPU settings, so they're smooth. I think Thunder Keys and a few other tried using the fuzzy skin on them to see if they get better traction. So I just want everyone to know that Beans is cooler than me. Beans is cooler than my printers. How's it going, Beans? Now I'm gonna have to say that I know that's Beans because I haven't heard, well, I'll just say this. I haven't heard Free Heathen put Beans over Bubblegum Dragon yet. It's normally been like Bubblegum Dragon, then Bexy Beans. So I think that's Beans behind the keyboard right there. Yeah, they definitely look better with fuzzy. So on my dragster wheels, I have hard PLA wheels with basically just like this, with a tire of a sheath of TPU, and I did fuzzy skin on those just to get a little bit more traction. ArmoredTurtle, the biggest thing is you've got to have some type of tip. Like I grabbed all 4 of these out of my AMS, right? And the AMS cuts it straight across. And so in order to load and get through or get past the first 2 tiny bearings, it has to have some type of tip. If you're trying to take a flat, horizontally cut flat filament in, you're really going to have to jam it in there, and you'll probably bend the end. So loading these, you got to load them with either take your filament And believe it or not, if you cut it, you have a 45 at one side or the other. What I've seen, and this is coming from Chris Riley with Chris's Basement and the MMU, take your filament, and this has been sitting out for a while, so, but if you twist it around like that, normally you'll get a good kind of fully rounded conical tip, and that would be the best way to do it. But doing that with a carbon fiber filament that's been sitting out open air for a while, it doesn't work so well. But yeah, if you take it and you rotate it around like that, you'll get a nice conical tip, and that works great for tip loading. Have you seen the updated CAD? No, I downloaded it. The last time I downloaded the files, neither the CAD or the F3D came up. They said they were corrupted. And I believe it was back to that get LFS issue, so I need to re-download those. And I'm going to start reprinting a third box, or reprinting. I'm going to print a third box turtle with the latest and greatest files. And I need to go out and cut another couple of frames. So we'll see if AliExpress works and I get the motors and the bearings and stuff, then I'm going to start building yet a third one. And eventually, hopefully within the next week, I'll have 2 of these ready for serial videos. Because this might be a good serial video if we get this printing today. And can I get one of you to tell me which room had the super secret serial print in it? I know it was posted out there in Discord. I just need to grab it and pull it down on this computer because I don't have it on I guess I can. Let's say, I guess I can do it over here. Honestly, I don't know. I'm gonna say I should be able to pull it from the should be able to just pull the print file from the 350, but I think I had it more towards the back of the bed. So that may actually give me problems if I try and just do that. Oh, dang, Gulsper, I just saw your picture. That's pretty wild. That was a lot. Turtle Box Calibration Fizzit by Wondro. Download free STL. Oh, that's a calibration print to make sure that you can actually print the needed things. And you change the cover up to have the Box Turtle logo. Sweet. Okay, that pin, did we pin that groupie? Oh, look under serial info. Okay. There we go. Okay, so now I need Orca. Orca Slicer. Oh, sure. I don't have a Trident 300 with a 0.6 nozzle. We'll fix it. So there will be some machine G code that we need to change. Good God. What? All right. I need to... All right. I need to cheat is what I need to do. Cybertron. Dang it. I hate this. I really wish Orca Slicer had some way of more easily moving profiles from machine A to machine B. Just going to throw that out there. Just going to throw that out there. Because we need to fix some of our stuff. Or is the vernacular. So we need to change some of our settings. So this is the Trident 300 06 nozzle or 04 nozzle. We're going to change that to 06. Let me switch over here to full display so you guys can see what I'm doing. So all of that is good. We're going to leave that the way it is. Machine code, this needs to change a lot. Because we're going to use all of our print start macro to get things going. So print start, extruder, bed temp, then extruder temp, it doesn't matter. Extruder temp, then bed temp, that's fine. Nozzle temp initial. First layer temp. Why is all this stuff all? Give me 1 second, free heathen. For layer change. change filament code. So under change filament G code, this needs to be changed to T bracket next extruder bracket. Why doesn't it have dual extruders? Yeah, there's no dual extruders on this yet because really if I was going to do a Tridex, I would want to do it on a bigger platform than the 300. Polish G code is pause. And I want to say I saw some differences, and somebody recently posted, I don't know if that was you, Robert, or somebody else that had posted. Single extruder, multi-materials, check, purge and tower, purge there. 91.5, 5, 92, -2. Let's say the same. Extruder is changed to a 0.6. Zero 1, 8. You help with refractings. 30, 30. Retraction when switching material goes to 0 because we're going to do that in the macros itself. Pushability, yeah, that's what. Making this change right here is just going to keep it from barking. Oh. Guess it helps if I 8,000, 8,000. Trying to limit the amount of things that it barks at me about. I think we should be good there. We're going to save this. It's going to force me to change that, and we're this 0.6 nozzle. Iron Dragon. Okay, so this is set up. Now, for this, all we would need to do is very similar to what we do for an AMS. So for filament, we just come up here and we do plus. plus, plus, plus. Now we've got the option for 4 filaments. In this case, they're all going to be Polymaker filament, and decidedly not that profile. We're going to come down to just, whoops, click on the name, and we're going to come down to Voron generic PLA for each one of these. I don't have a tuned profile for this yet. I was noticing that using the Kyber Dragon one, it is so under extruding. So I needed to fix that. Right, profile. God, I can't. So I'm going to need to switch this up to 0.6 for everything. Okay. Okay, so now everything's set to 0.6. Switch off Arachne and go back to classic. Do inner, outer, inner. Standard. Gonna make up a name for right now. Okay, so we have some basic printer config. Very, very basic. We're gonna come down here, look at our downloads folder. Grab that Big Tree Text serial, which is gonna have, not Big Tree Text, the Box Turtle serial. We can come in here and we can change our colors. So white, we got white, green, red. Help me out here, folks. Once again, red, green, color blind, dude. Probably picking way off colors, but whatever. You get me. Slice plate. I am not seeing a tower there, so I do need to do something else. Prime tower. Enable the prime tower. $50. And we'll just do that. Here we have a prime tower. And we have our box turtle. Did I test the tool load? No, not yet. Why? Why? Why would I test things? Why is this not defaulting to... is going on? 06 nozzle iron dragon. Okay. Got those. Got this. Oh, I'm like, why is all this stuff getting changed? I know why. 3MFs. 3MF file. What am I looking for? File. New project. New project. Okay. Here we go. Everything cleared out, everything back to normal. Now we're going to load our 3MF. It's going to change a bunch of stuff. We need to change this back to that. Okay. Other. Enable the prime tower. Fine with it. Okay. So what I wanted to do was just get a file uploaded. We got that uploaded. Did you test the tool load? Thanks for the lurk, free heathen, Bexy Beans. Because you test everything not needed though. I have not. I have not tested the tool load. So, long shot. What's the best way to test the tool load? Just hitting, just doing the T0, T1, T2, T3. Home. because each leg is loaded. T0 would be first lane. It's going to heat things up. Yeah. Well, it's heating up on its own, but going up to 175. By the way, I love my Nomi. So the Nomi is giving you, the target tip is 175. It's at 174.75 now. And we're starting to do the load. And that's not working because we didn't connect it in. Wow. That's good. Yeah, do the load test. I didn't even connect my box turtle in. And it's continuing to try. And so that is why we test. Yep. Doing a blob. Off the back end. So that's good. So the good news is that loaded. Now let's see if we can do an unload. We want to do a tool unload. We can just click that and it will unload the current tool, right? So it just did a cut. Gonna ram a little bit in there. And there's an out of range move still set up. Okay, what do we have here? There's something in the tool unload macro is upsetting it. When it calls the park, it's never going to get to 3,303 on the Y. Yeah, it was a typo. I made it a tad bit way too long. So if I restart, it will still know that that lane is loaded. So we should be good there to do a restart. Just did a prep. It just checked everything. If we look at the var variable, leg 1 tool loaded is true. All the others are false. We're not up to temp. So we probably want to get up to temp before we do anything. Almost. The good news is we loaded and pushed filament. I want to say there's still something in the, I think it was the poop macro. I thought we changed that. Oh yeah, 303 would be off the bed. Let's make that like 290. We'll do a reset real fast so that it'll pick up on that new kick macro, so at least it does it on the bed and not off the side of the bed again. Okay, home all. We'll heat that back up to 200. We'll unload the lane. Make sure we actually plug in the PTFE tube in the back, because that'll be useful to have. So we're home, we're up to speed. We're going to do tool unload. Does the cut. Goes over to part. I will say it is unloading. My rewinder is not kicking in though. There it is. Okay, so the thing on the unload macro worked. but my motors did not kick in. My spool rewinders did not kick in. Let me... Yes, I'm using an MMB with a MOSFET. MMB with a MOSFET. So let me validate real fast. Machine, hardware, and it's the E-spool motor. And we went, lane 1 was PA1, lane 2 would be PA0, PA1, PA0, PB3, PB4, PB3, and PB4. Unload the lane and then do a test. Okay. So we did the tool unload. Now we're going to do a lane eject. Make sure and select the lane, which is 1, right? And this is unloading lane 1 out of the extruder. This is fully unloaded now. Not there. Test lane equals, and it's parentheses leg, or not parentheses, quotes. Is it leg underscore 1, leg hyphen 1? What is it? What's the vernacular? Yeah, test, oh, test lane, no underscore between test and lane. And it's leg 1, right? Yeah, leg 1. They didn't change any of the names, but it goes in parentheses, right? No, just leg 1, okay. Test routine, testing routine complete. So that did, it didn't spin at all. I didn't even hear it attempt to. I hear it like, I hear a tick, but it's not moving anything. Yeah, I'm hearing the I'm hearing it oops, I'm hearing it try. Is it on a PWM? I don't believe so. I think I have PWM out of it. Is there supposed to be a PWM line or not? It's on MMB. So the pins that I'm using are the sensor, the motor, and then the two I2Cs. PA1 for lane 1, PA0 for lane 2, PB3 for lane 3, PB4 for lane 4. Okay. Oh. Okay. And we're going to test the 2. So I hear it engage, but I'm not hearing it go for 2. I didn't even hear lane 3 try and engage. Okay, 4 is spinning, but I think it's spinning within the tiny spur gear. They're not going to spin if they're hooked up to analog without PWM. Okay, so ArmoredTurtle, do they need what's the thing I need to add? Just actually, let me look at the PWM true. We'll need PWM true for leg 1 and leg 2. If 4 is spinning, then you would think 3, because these two are on the I2C pins, right? So if this one's spinning, then this one should be as well, which means that may be a physical connection. These two are on the servo and the motor pins. This one just may be that it's locked up. That one feels all kind of tight. This one rotates fairly freely. This may be a physical mechanical issue. Because 4 is trying. It's spinning, but the gears aren't, like, I hear the motor going, but I'm not seeing the wheel spin. So that these two may be mechanical issues here. I'm hearing it try. I'm hearing it try, but it didn't have enough oomph. The lane 1 tried, it didn't seem to have enough oomph. Lane 2. Lane 2 worked. Go back to lane 1. Yeah, lane 1 may be a friction issue. 5 volt is coming from, where did I bring 5 volt from? The on this particular one, I'm bringing 5 volt for the motors from PB2. It's the most forward connector on the board. I'm pulling 5 volt and ground from here to the MOSFET. My one downstairs, I pulled the 5 volt and ground from the I2C. Who's working? 1 is trying. I can hear it. I don't know, ArmoredTurtle. I can grab that one and bring it up here. You use motor for 5 volt. It's actually set up for the current draw and closer to the buck. Used motor. Oh, you used the 5 volt and ground off of PA0. Oh, we can do that. Give me 1 second. Yeah, give me a second and we can make that change. Hell, that ain't nothing but a wiring change. Me pull these so they stop trying to come undone on me. This would be why we have you guys on here, is to help poor people like me out. I did not even think about the, the amperage draw stuff there. Shut down, shut down. Unplug the PTFE tube from the back. Okay, so right now, power comes in here, rotates around to there. Don't think I'll have enough room. I'm not going to be able to physically route it. Maybe. It'd be tight. Let me unclip or undo some wire ties. We'll move this around to the direction. I didn't even think about that. Providing better power and stuff. Okay. That would probably work. Requires me to undo a bunch of stuff. By the way, while we're sitting here, got our 3D Printopia shirts in. I went with the light blue after Zombie said that it was hard to read the text on the charcoal one. So we got our 3D Printopia shirts in, so we're ready for that. Do some quick cable tie surgery here. We've had all kinds of fun this morning. We've had motors that I miswired, and it was my fault. I rolled the pairs, but I only did it on 2 of the motors, which was really fun. Why I only did it on 2, don't know. So we worked on that. We had one of my lanes wasn't triggering. And that may be an issue downstairs with the other one as well, which is the end stop itself had pulled back a little bit, so it was in a constant open state. So fix that. So this wire needs to go across, and I would love to just do it right underneath with the rest. Not sure if I'll be able to get it through there with the connector on, though. At least not without disconnecting this one. We may just do that. We'll do interim wiring for now, so we can keep making progress. I do need to get this up on something, though. Preferably just a box. A box filament works. I don't want it sitting on all those rollers. There we go. To get that up there, I need to take extruder 1 off, because the only way really to get to wires. Undo the front PTFE tube. Like I said, this is more just about ease of access. Fat fingers, small places. You know how that goes. So that's a good catch. I think on the one downstairs, I pulled the power for the MOSFET. Where did that one? I pulled the power from the MOSFET downstairs from the I2C. So I'll probably bring that one up and rewire it as well, just to make it match. Will that go through there with the connector? It will. Okay. Connector. Sometimes I just want to scream at myself because I make things more difficult. More difficult than they need to be. Anybody else do that? Or is it just me? So I think after this, I want to try and sit down, because that's the one thing I was talking to Thunder Keys about, Robert and Longshot, was, you know, just a basic, like, step-by-step initial config commissioning type thing. Like, you need to validate that this, that, and the other are good. Then you need to, you know, walk through your config files and make sure that your configurations are set right. Okay, great. Now everything should be set right. Now go through and run these commands, right, to make sure that this is set up right and that's set up right. I would suggest that even though we can use different things for trigger pins, that would be a good note to make, ArmoredTurtle, is that we want to pull the power. If you're using a big tree tech, you want to pull the power from the motor 5-volt and ground. That would be a good call out to make. I know it's the interim solution, but okay. And motor is, it goes RGB, sensor, aka servo, and then, or no, sensor is the encoder, and then motor is the other one. Okay, that one's out. So we will want to depin these and pin them into there. Power at the top, ground in the middle. Hey, thanks for the follow, Womentella. Welcome on in. We are doing some troubleshooting. I've got ArmoredTurtle and Longshot here. ArmoredTurtle and Longshot, these are pretty much their design and both hardware, software, and stuff. And what we're determining is some better places to wire some things up at to pull power for our N20 motors. Now, if I can just get the connector to go back in. There we go. Reseat this extruder. He was the first to serialize his box turtle. Awesome. Well, congrats. I thought you got serial 0 though. So is he serial 1 or did you give up serial 0 to him? Trying to make sure I don't crimp the wire when I screw this back in. Okay, so we moved the power, so hopefully we have a little bit better power to send to these motors. Like I said, lane 4 seems to be running. 2 is running and engaging properly. 1 I was hearing, but it didn't seem to have oomph. I was getting nothing out of lane 3. And lane 4, the motor was going, but I wasn't getting any spinning on the thing. So that's where I said it might be mechanical on the physical gears meshing. I was pretty sure they meshed, but and if I remember right, we really had to, I'll say, push these on to get them to get those motors on. So and you know what? That's actually better too, because I'm not hearing the motor continuously running when it's booting up. Yeah, BT002. Okay. So the first of the beta testers to serialize. First outside of the design team. Gotcha. Okay, because going in that first one, it's an always-on 5-volt. We're going into the motor or going into the I2C, most likely the sensor port as well. It's not an always flowing 5-volt. So now let's do our lane test. Everything came back up. Leg 1. Yeah, I'm hearing it try to engage, but it's not actually spinning. So I'm gonna have to take the gear mesh apart there. Lane 2 was working. Boom, there was, yeah, lane 2's got a little more authority now. Lane 3. Nothing. Lane 4. All right, I'm hearing the motor, but I'm not getting any movement. So mechanical issue on 4. 3 may be a wiring. I may have a wire broken or something up here in the tool head. So I will have to take those apart. It doesn't prevent me from doing a test print. What it'll prevent me from doing is re-spooling, right? So I can load up my filament again, and we can try and do our serialized test print. I'll just have to help manually. I don't know if they'll dock me for that or not. They probably will. They'll probably be like, yep, not a serial. But that will, like, I'm going to have to physically take half the tool head apart half the front motor assembly apart to kind of work on those gears. So I don't want to do that on stream right now. I will do that off stream. And at the same time, I'll bring ArmoredTurtle 1 up here and kind of go through the same thing. Not dock, just flog. I'm not sure what you mean by that, long shot, but your suggestion I be flogged for doing this, then okay. Oh, come. So we have all 4 loaded. We're going to home. I'm going to heat the hot end up. And then I will heat the hot end up, and then I will go ahead and load tool 0. And we did have Orca up here, and we did get our turtle set up. Now white. Green. Silk red. I have no idea if my colors for green and red are right. I'm just going to throw that out there. So that's what we're going to be hoping to see. Okay, so we're up to temp. We're going to attempt to load tool 0, which will be the white. And once again, we forgot to put in our PTFE tube. Darn it, come on. Oh my God. Oh, so close. It's doing the little purge thing down there. So we're doing a little poop. And there was the kick. Okay, let's make sure that this is locked back up here again. And because I made a mistake again, let me now do a tool unload. Now my PTFE is at least plugged in. Okay, and yes, I just manually did a rewind on that. Right now it looks like lane 2 is the only one that's fully going. Lane 1, I'm hearing it engage, but it's not spinning. So I need to look at mechanicals on 1, 3, and 4. I think electrically we're good to go. It's a mechanical thing right now that I've got issues with. Okay, and folks, I'm going to ask you to bear with me. I am going to do a be right back, and I'm going to take a quick break, very quick, and then when we come back, we're going to try and send it and see if we can get some filament changes going. All right? So give me just a couple of seconds, give me a minute or two, and I'm going to put you on mute. We're going to go to the be right back screen, and we'll be right back here shortly. Okay, folks, we are back. And I brought the other box turtle up here so I could work on changing some wiring around on this while we are chatting some. Especially now that I think I might know what another issue would be. But with that being said, let's send it. So we have nothing loaded. Well, all 4 lanes are loaded, nothing loaded to the tool head. And we're going to grab our box turtle serial and say print. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But once again, the nice thing about having the quick disconnect is you can quickly disconnect things and go work on them. We wanted to change the power of this and that. I think we can do that relatively easily. So I do have slightly different wiring between these two. Common sense would say I should change that up and wire them both the same just so they're alike. Why would I do that? That would make too much sense. But yeah, we're going to send it and see how it goes. Okay. Basically, all I'm going to do on this one is switch the power and ground between the 2 connectors. And there's no easy way, is there? Might I suggest, so I got the recommended GD Stein fans. And the one in this box turtle that's right up next to my ear is using the Winsen fans, the Winsen dual ball bearing fans. Go buy some Winsen dual ball bearing fans. Especially if you're going to have them configured in such a way that they're going to be always on. Because this GD Stein fan is loud. It is loud. It is annoyingly loud. All right, so I need to change my macro somewhat because it went up to the initial ground is in the middle. Ground is in the middle. So it went up to the initial temperature And then I had to drop back down to do the homing sequence because I'm running boron tap. So it's going to do its homing. It will do home, then it will do the Z-tilt adjust. Then it'll come back and do, then it should come back and do the rest. And yes, sometimes words on stream are hard. If I do home, Z-tilt adjust, and then home again. How do I do this? This comes down here and goes in there. Now it's doing bed mesh leveling. And it's done all this without picking up a tool. So hopefully that means that we're still going to be good and then I'll go do the tool change. If not, then we'll have some starting macro stuff to work on next. Okay, so this is now rewired so that the always on fan is in the power connector of the I2C. And the power over here is now going through the motors. And now it's going to try and print under temp and without any filament loaded. So that's not going to work. No, actually it is loading. But it's also like at 0.2. Temp's too low. It's going to try and do that. It's not going to be able to because the temp's too low. Then extrude below min temp. I raised the target up, but I think it's now going to be stuck there, so we may have to stop and re-go. Need to add initial tool to your Orca and start print macro. Yeah. All right, so I think we're stuck here. We're going to have to So long shot. Let me see. You guys are kind of crazy. Okay, somewhere recently I saw somebody have their beginning macros. Okay. Tool equals initial tool, add to your start G code in Orca. Okay. Something tells me something else needs to be changed there. Okay, so this gets added here. So this is interesting because this says it should have yeah, but it didn't set the temperature. So this needs to go before the purge line. Okay, does this, let me go full screen real fast. Does this look correct now, long shot? So we added this, which technically can go up here at the top, right? This is just the calling the setting the variable. This can actually go up at the top. We need to call the tool before the purge line. But this was the part that it didn't come back up to temperature after. Because that did not come back up to temperature after it did my bed mesh calibrate. So that's weird. A lot quieter once. Then over here, we added the machine G code, print start, first layer, and then we've got the tool, initial tool mentioned there. Okay, so said under build logs. Okay, yeah, this may be. That's interesting. Okay. You said yours says shooter equals nozzle. Said you posted your start macro. Human intelligence. Thanks for following Rittenhouse. Okay, so we have bed and extruder. Dang it. So it's extruder temp, bed temp. Good catch, thank you. So that should hopefully solve it. And I think what it is, long shot, it's one of those things that I've been running Klipper printers for a while, and they keep changing default variable names in the slicers and stuff. And so I just keep copy and pasting, which means I'm probably using outdated ones. But as long as they both match, which they do both match now, it should be the same. Now, why the hell did you just throw that there? And before I do that, anything else change? Our classic. All right, let's give this a shot. Yeah, it happens to us all. And that's the thing, is it's those little things that'll get in the way, or not get in the way, but they'll cause you the problems. You get going too fast and you don't even realize that a parameter's changed like that. Okay, and I guess I should flip the screen over so that we can see what's going on. Why? Okay. And drag it. PNG code. Computer underscore temp. Bed underscore temp. First layer temperature. Tool initial tool. So that was saved. Our macros. Bed underscore temp. Bed underscore temp. Extruder underscore temp. Extruder underscore temp. So what is going on now? Oh, extruder temp 225, bed temp 220. That's not going to work. I changed the wrong. Bed temp parameter is apparently wrong. First layer bed temp. All right. First layer temperature, bed temperature. Move the tool line on the Orca inline. Okay, so Spool needs to be right there. So it's being passed at the same time. Yay! You want like, it all depends what version of Orca you have, what version of Klipper you have. Software, I tell you. Shooter temp 220, bed temp 60, tool 0. So it should be good. I think I've got mine set up in my macros so that it heats the bed up first. And now there goes the tool head. There goes the tool head. So, woohoo! Okay, this one is at least reset so that the lanes are pulling power from there. I had that fan up there, but that's fine. It's pulling power. Yeah, like I said, I may have to remove this corner so I can pull this out and replace this fan, because that fan, that GD Stein, is stupid crazy loud. Okay. And I've probably got a bunch of extra motions here that I don't need, but that's cool. I can work on tuning all of this later. Hey, Wimentella, are you running that on an Ender Next Gen? That does look like an Ender NG. Yeah, you are? Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just looking at your macros and stuff. I may have to snag that. We'll see. And I tell you what, after having the rat rig and the VZ bot, the rat rig, the VZ bot, and the Annex Engineering K3 with beacon, I don't want to throw a beacon on this. Actually, what I really want to do is throw a tube, but I'd have to figure out a different tool head. And most likely go to tip forming or an E-rec. Once we get something like that where we have a built-in cutter at the box turtle, maybe nicer to have a tube on here. Putting the change towards the beginning of the start macro makes it more efficient. Yeah, probably. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to have to look at your stuff and do some looking. But it's heating up the tool head now. It'll do the transition to T0, which is already there. So I'm not sure if it'll go through and do that or if it's just going to know that it has T0 loaded. Okay, and it's starting to print. And it's skipping big time. Where the hell does it think it's at? All right, I'm going to have to stop this. It was trying to print, but it was mashed. Like it said it was at 0.2. There was no way that was 0.2. So let me... What the... hell? All right, that almost felt like it was... Like this was trying to go and this one was fully stopped. Because it was definitely going nowhere. The tool head was up to 10. Well, let me... And this is the thing I hate about tridents. Enough room to do that either. Give me a second. So I hope I don't have a clogged nozzle because I just put that nozzle in it. It's a brand new obsidian nozzle. So you wouldn't think that it would be clogged, but we're going to try and verify whether it's clogged or not before we attempt to do anything else. I don't know why it would be. It didn't look like it should be. We're clogged. Oh, there we go. We're clogged and we also are cold, so that sounds like filament cut, but the ramming may not be, like the re-ramming it might not be good. So I wonder, you know what? Nope, don't do that, Luke. We want to continue with the main. Okay, so I'm running the basic cut macro. In the basic cut macro, it cuts, but it doesn't do any more ramming, does it? Yeah, we were slightly clogged there. Make sure that's fully out of there. So Wimatella, have you updated your cut configuration at all? Crap, it's not going to know which one to do. Home first, yes. And yes, we're attempting to push plastic shenanigans. We've had to work on a couple of issues here and there, but we are attempting to push plastic. So where we're at right now is, I think everything configuration wise is there. What we've got though is lane 1, the re-spooler motor is not working. So either it could be that when I reamed my rollers out, it may be that it's spinning. Well, this one the motor spins, but it doesn't rewind. So this one I think is a tolerance issue. 3 and 1 may be a mechanical issue or a binding issue. But we're close. For now, I'm going to just manually help it along so it doesn't tangle up. Okay, so we're back to nothing loaded in the tool. We're all good. And I want to figure out, like, something happened there because it started to do the print. And it said it was at 0.2, but it was right on the bed. Like there was no filament going to come out. But no, we had a jam. So let's close our extruder back up. And real fast, before I forget, Mantella, have you changed your cut macro at all? Or are you using the cut macro? I need somebody that can talk to me about the cut macro, because the it cuts it, but it doesn't ram it any, which means it's going to be sitting in the cold side, unless there's something in the Python module that it calls that pushes it forward. Anybody? Cut is purely how the macro is written. Well, that's why I say it cuts, but there's nothing that moves it back down into the So it pulls it up, it cuts, but it doesn't put it back down. Okay, that's what I was figuring. Because I think what I want to do what push back. That's what I want. Pushback length 25. So oh, yeah, yours just cuts the filament. Or maybe it, I don't know. We'll let it ride. We'll let it ride and give it a shot. The issue was we had filament that was stuck in the tool head, but it may have been just something that we did when we were trying to play around with the configs and stuff. So we'll let it ride. It's going to do its heat up and stuff, and we'll give it one more shot at giving us a print here. Now I'm going to leave that out because I might need it. Sorry, I'm going to sneak over here and grab a fat pill real fast. Yeah, because the way it's set, it just moves over and does the cut. It doesn't pull anything back. So it cuts it. I'd have to look and see if the order that it does things in when it pulls. I have to go look at the Python code basically. Because if it's pulling it up, then doing a cut to minimize the amount of wasted filament, but it doesn't push it back in, you're begging for hot end clogs at that point. And the one user mod that I had loaded that I was looking at is basically the cut macros and variables right out of Happy Hair. But yeah, let's push some plastic. And then shortly after this, I'll go through and look at Wimentella's start macros and stuff to see if we can't make it a little more efficient. Oh God. I was like, what the hell was making that noise? Phone call from Colorado, which means it's a telemarketer or somebody asking about a pole. And long shot, you're the one that's primarily doing all the Python coding and stuff, right? Is that what I'm reading out of the comments? Yeah, that's what I thought. Not that it's a bad thing. I'm just, Robert's doing physical design. You're doing a lot of the software side coding. So, and I got to ask, were you with Robert at Rocky Mountain? No? Okay. Just trying to put a face to names and stuff like that because we were at the table right next to him at Rocky Mountain. You were back fixing code for him? All right, so it did the initial home, the Z tilt adjust, did the second home, now it's doing the bed mesh. And in my start G code, once it's done with the bed mesh, sorry, it should heat back up. So let's see. Bed mesh is done. It's going to the front. It is heating up the hot end again to 220. Still hasn't loaded anything, so it's going to heat up to 220. Once it gets there, then it will load the initial tool, which in this case was T0. See if we can get a successful load. And by the way, there's the start to load. It's going to come over and it's going to do its little purge thing. Which once again, this is our version of poop. All right, so it's pooping back there. Cleans the nozzle. And then it's going to come over and it's going to kick that off the side. And then we're printing. I look like I might be a little low. Once again, I had started to retune this. Because I played around with the tool head so much. Like, this is back to running a Revo nozzle, by the way. And when the print cooling fan kicks in, you'll hear that. It's making a racket, so I need to take the shroud off and look at it because it's catching wires or something. You'll hear it when it kicks in after a couple layers. I need to figure out how to make that a smaller purge block distance as well. Let me put this back up here and we will switch the screens to browser window view. There we go. Good God, how big are you making this thing? Okay. And we've got plastic, and I'm still going to bring you guys in here so you can see this as it starts going down. Yeah, I didn't mess with any of the purge tower stuff. I just turned it on basically. So I'm probably going to have more in the purge tower than in the print. And there's the fan I was talking about. Like I said, that's obviously rubbing up against something. So I may have to take the shroud, at least the top part of the shroud apart, to try and figure out what it's rubbing up against between the Nomi and the fan. Or it could be that the fan itself is starting to go and I just need to replace it. And I probably didn't need to set this at like boron percentages, but well, Hey, Thunder Keys, thank you for the resubscribe with your Prime. And yes, it is alive. It is alive. And it's doing its, like, I'll say this little thing. So I think it's about ready to do a filament change. So I'm going to have to move you guys back so you can see when it does the filament change. Because, once again, right now, the only re-spooler that I have that's working appropriately is lane 2. Lane 1's trying, but it can't, it's not spinning. Like the motor's spinning, but these aren't spinning, which tells me I may need to put a dab of super glue on the spur gear on the shaft. I reamed it out, and I think the spur gear might just be spinning on the shaft. So I may have some mechanical issues on 1 and 3. 4 is also the same thing. It spins, but it's not. The motor's spinning, but it's not moving. So I've still got some things to work out on these, but 2 is working good. So I'm going to have to help it in its tool changes. Filament cut. Now we're retracting. Now it's going for lane 2. And this is our Loyal Moses sparkle dark green, basically. It's the creator spool. We're going to do another poop and then kick. And it said SD card reset file. Unknown command underscore CG28. So we had a move that exceeded maximum extrusion, so we need to fix that. The max extrude cross section needs to be fixed, and that's in my extruder section. And I'm going to turn this back on, or turn it back on. I'm going to heat the nozzle back up, and I'm going to unload this so we don't get a clog. And I'm going to do a little something here. I'm going to do we were doing so good. Oh, we're trying to unload tool 0 because some idiot forgot to actually put the right lane in. That was weird. Well, if it counts, I was getting the pattern starting. Okay. That's pulled back, this is pulled out, so we need to reload that. So if they're all loaded again, what was the issue? We had the max extrude that was wrong. So we need to go into our printer.cfg. Extruder section. Five should work. And then it was also barking about a CG28. Unknown command status cleaning, unknown command underscore CG28. I wonder if that's just because it failed out from the cross section. CT28 is a conditional home, probably from an Ellis macro. Hey, thanks for the follow, Coffee Ace, and welcome on in. Hello. So I was rebooting things, so okay, there we go. Excuse me. Yeah, do a grub. That's interesting. I wonder what that would be about. All right, so that was working for us. We have since fixed the issue with the whatchamacallit, the max extrusion. So that part was fixed. I guess while we're at it, while we're talking about it, I need to go and fix that over on the other one. God, I'm going to have to sit here and go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. No. I will leave it alone. What I'll wind up doing is after the stream today, I'll sit down and figure out what all I've changed on this Orca Slicer to make it work on this. And I'll have to go and change it on my Orca Slicer over on my MacBook, but also go in and change certain things in the config files over on Cyberchunk, which is the Trident 350 downstairs. The thing with ERCFA is you can get more filaments. No, I don't even want to go there. ERCFA, I had Enraged Rabbit Carrot Feeder 2 on the Trident downstairs. I have since pulled it off, and this box turtle was downstairs, but I brought it back upstairs when I took a break real fast and fixed some of the wiring on it to match some changes we made on this one. And there's a few other things I need to work out and test on that one. And then it'll go back downstairs. This one's going to live here for a while. Maybe not here on the bench, but it'll go back over in its corner over here. This one's going to go with me to 3D Printopia. And I plan on having this box turtle at 3D Printopia, the other box turtle at 3D Printopia, and potentially a third one if I get the parts in from AliExpress on time. And if I can get this print today to finish, then I believe it counts as my serial. Am I right? Correct, long shot. That's the other thing. So what I was going to go to is, okay, so like the Enraged Rabbit Carrot Feeder, you can do more, like 12 lanes or whatever. The trad rack, I mean, here's my trad rack. Hey, look, there's 13 lanes in it, which also means that you need 13 spools and a buffer for 13 spools, and so on and so forth. Here, in this option, you have your you'll have your spools just just like an AMC or an AMS. Once I get my rewinders working right, they'll rewind, and everything's nice and compact. There is going to be an option like you can stack these on shelves like an AMS. We're going to have the ability to connect multiple ones in. Now, is that what the what is it, groupie? Is groupie meant to be kind of like the 4-into-1? So you do groupie into a turtleneck, into the tool head, and that would allow you to do like 4-into-1, or yeah, 4-into-1, and then if you just keep daisy chaining them, you get more and more and more. Nice. So we're doing a load of the white right now. We just went into the tool head. Now it's going to continue to load it down into the hot end. We did a bit of a booger purge here. Now it's going to poop over here, and Coffee Ace, you're relatively new in here, so let me bring you in here. It's doing a poop. It's going to come over here and wipe the brush, or wipe the nozzle. It's going to come over here, drop down, kick that off, clean itself again. And start the print. So you're going to have a purge tower, and this purge tower is big. I haven't tuned the purge at all. But there's your little poops. So at least they're, I'll say, rather than being stringy poops, they're little butt nuggets. So, I mean, I kind of like the blobs. It's almost like, what is it, blobifier? I really need to tune my purge tower settings, don't I? Like, I'm out of coffee. I need coffee, but I don't want to leave and start working on coffee while this thing's going. But I have confidence that it is going to get a first layer down. So I'm going to be right back. I'm going to run downstairs, throw some garbage away, and at least get the coffee pot started. So I'll be right back. And by get the coffee pot started, I mean turn the Keurig on. Because it's a bad day when you're out of coffee. Oh, you mean like tell it to go to like 25%? Yeah, between doing the poop and then the purge tower, I can really, really slim down the purge tower a lot. But the size of the print that we're doing is this. This is the serial print, which is going to be a 4-color turtle. You know, so once we get there, we're going to don't do a purge tower at all. Okay. That's even better. No purge tower needed. Oops. That stays over there. And that fan. I've got to do something with that fan. So no prime tower whatsoever. Oops, do a good job. Hey, I can work with that. I can work with that. And so background here, well, other background, we are doing, or we are using a Revo-Boron hot end with a 0.6 obsidian nozzle. We're currently printing an all PLA. That's why I've got the front doors off. And I took them off so I didn't rip them off in the process of doing all this. And our BOM for the box turtle calls for a 5mm fan in the back. The 5-volt 5mm fan. It's right back here, and it blows directly over your MMB or the AFC light. And it is a, what is that, a 3010 axial fan. And I don't know if it's just the GD Stein that I got, but the thing is hella crazy loud. I'm gonna have to swap that out with a wind send because this one has a wind send in it and I can't really hear this one. Right now I'm hearing the part cooling fan, which is a 5015 that's behind the NAMI display. And you know what would be really cool is if we could get something on the NAMI to show like the lane change stuff. I'll have to look into that because that would be pretty cool if we could figure out how to show what lane change it was and maybe even list out the color or something. You're working on it? I mean, I'll be honest with you. I like being the idea man and coming up with ideas, especially when somebody else implements them. But yeah, no. Yeah, exactly. Base functions and Klipper screen first. Yeah, that was another thing we had on the last stream. We swapped out the standard mini 128/64 display, right, for the Klipper screen. Now, mind you, I had this Klipper screen. It's been sitting on top of this printer for well over 6 months. I was just looking for an excuse to open the bottom case up and do the swap. So we went to do the swap as part of this. The downside of doing the swap is I had a CB1 module in here, right? So you can't do a DSI display on CB1 modules. So I had to swap out for Raspberry Pi 4, which meant we had to do even more. We had to rebuild the software stack and all that. We got it loaded up. And then I was having issues with the screen not rotating and all kinds of stuff. And let me tell you, it's great to be sitting here putting in a Wi-Fi password upside down. Makes it always fun. But we got that installed. We got that, we got the Filamatrix. So our Filamatrix is the tool head we're using. It has I think I still have it up here, maybe. If not, I can bring it up real fast. So on our Filamatrix, we have a sensor above and a sensor below the extruder gears. So eventually we'll be able to use both of those functions in the software, but we also have implemented this cutter feature here. So we're able to cut the filament, which saves us some stuff. So it's doing a little blob there, so I need to fix something. Like, I don't know, stop doing a purge tower, right? What are you doing now? Going to go over, it just cut the filament. Now it's going to rewind. All right, it's got a filament jam again. Either that or it's trying to pull it out and it can't. Where are you trying to go? Feels like it's trying to load filament. All right, I just did an emergency stop there. Because it's definitely not doing something. Let me reboot. Oh. Yeah, there we go. So it did the cut, but it felt like it was trying to. It did the cut, but it felt like it was trying to load the filament without unloading the filament, which was weird. Now it feels like it's stuck. And so, yeah, I watched it do a load, or I mean, I watched it cut, and it did do a full cutting motion. Yeah, there's absolutely no resistance with trying to do a cut there. Let me heat it up and see if we can get it to retract. damn it, home first. So I keep forgetting we got to do that. Oh well, it's gonna home on top of this. Gotta love betas. Well, hey, it's good. It's fine. I was gonna drop the. Well, hey, we made it farther. We're making progress. What I'm going to do is get rid of the purge tower, which hopefully will save us a bit. So we can fail faster, right? Isn't that the software thing? Fail faster? How's it going, Glenn Kaufman? Had to take a break from assembly and come watch more Dragon's Den. Yep. You'll have to definitely watch this because we had some faster fails, faster fixes. Exactly. We had some wiring stuff that we had to square away earlier. So that might be something good to pay attention and have in the background. Yeah, so I don't know if you can hear this long shot, but it's trying and it's failing. It can't pull the filament. So I got another filament clog. And of course, the only way I can fix this is to that's the thing. It's not out of the tool. It's stuck in the nozzle. Check the hub to see if another is. No, see what I'm saying is I've got filament in the tool head right now. I see it. I told it to unload lane 2. It was trying. It couldn't because it can't get the filament out of the tool head. The tool head was warmed up, but it can't pull the filament out, which means the filament is stuck in the tool head. And that's still hot. Yeah. And unfortunately, with it being stuck down here, I can't get it pulled out, even though I've released my my thing, if it's cut, it should retract. Exactly. However, I can't get it out there. It's cutter fully depressed, right? So it's sticking somewhere. It's sticking, and now it's been grinding, so I definitely have an extruder that has been grinding. Well, the good news is it doesn't look like there's a bunch of filament junk on the idler. Heat it up and try retract from any side. Yeah. Yes, I have a sensor above and below. And I am seeing detected at both the hub and the tool head. Above. Yeah, it's configured for above. Yeah. Because if you configure it for below, then it's going to hit the gears, and the tool head extruder's not going anywhere, and it's just going to shove into the gears. It'll never get down to the next sensor. So we got to use the top one. You can use the bottom one only. I don't understand how you'd use the bottom one though. Because you would have to physically push through the extruder gears with this one up here. That's add this to the config. Which config file? The variable one? Yeah, well, I've got all the measurements from when I set Filametrics up for Orca. I have all those measurements. Yeah, not the issue at the moment, exactly. So we should be warmed up. We're going to try and just do a retraction. Going to go 10 millimeters retract. So I heard the extruder up here. Maybe I am wrong. Maybe I am wrong and we are, maybe it is this one that's skipping. Okay, so I may have been seeing a shadow. I think it's stuck right here. No, there's filament in it there. Oh no, yeah, there's filament in it all the way down into the tool head. Make sure it's fully latched, that might help. So I'm hearing it skip up here still as I'm telling it to retract straight in mainsail. Well, if I can't go back, can I go forward? Yeah, the motors will work in sync. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's stuck somewhere up in here, and I think it somehow got pulled back some, and I've got it. I've got a. It's stuck again. The second one's rammed in at the hub. Okay, so once again, we'll lane one's ejected, which is the only filament that's been passed there. You have to warm back up. So we'll give that a shot. I don't see why lane one would have been up there, but we'll double check. Printer objects query. What am I looking for here? It's got a tool loaded. Yeah, Filament 2 is in the tool head. That's what I'm saying. Filament 2 is in the tool head. The one I've been trying to get out of the tool head. System, current load, leg 2. Yes, leg 2 is loaded. True. Hub loaded, true. Number of lanes 4. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It should be mechanical issue on the tool head. Glenn was saying if a second piece of filament was too close to the hub, it would not allow it to retract. So we're starting to retract, but then it starts to do that again. So once again, it's getting stuck in here, I think. So it's skipping there. Yeah. There's got to be a mechanical blob down in the throat. Yep. I'm gonna have to take the tool head apart because it's a mechanical issue within the tool head. We refer to that as a nozzle clog. Dang it. But I have a feeling it has something to do with the change macros because we were doing the purge towers and stuff. So without the purge towers, hopefully that may solve it once we get the nozzle issue squared away. Of course, squared away, I think I have one more. Got one more unadulterated V6 or 6mm nozzle, and it's a standard copper nozzle. So I just have to remember that because the last time I forgot and then ran carbon fiber filament through it, was trying to figure out why it started printing like dog doo-doo. And apparently, 0.6 nozzles, 0.6 standard brass nozzles, when you run a kilo of polycarbonate carbon fiber through them, they're no longer 0.6 nozzles. Ooh. While that's cooling down, I'll be right back. And I mean, if I want to get really jiggy with it, I've got a high flow 0.6 nozzle, or the other thing that I just remembered is I've got 4.6 nozzles in my black box, and they're all going to be whatchamacallit, obsidian nozzles. Dang. And if I'm lucky, it's not a nozzle clog, it's a blob at the bottom of the filament that's getting caught in the sensors and can't get through. That would be the easiest thing. But thanks for hanging out here and troubleshooting with me. So let's see. So that's how far we're getting. So about halfway through the heat throat here is where we're getting caught. Now, I can heat that up and push it through and clean it out. I just need to get the filament out of here so I can get in my path. And that's what's stuck, because that's wide open. I should be able to pull this out, which I can't. Which tells me there may be something else stuck within the sensors and things. So we're going to shut things down. I'll take the front panel off. I should be able to drop the bottom because there's no issue there. There should not be an issue. All right, cool. Thanks, long shot. Okay, this is the brass one. I'm going to hold that one in reserve. And mind you, this is part of beta testing stuff. Putting it on, taking it off, putting it on, taking it off. Yes, I am pretty sure that's a straight path right there. So the filament is getting caught up here where the gears are at. Woohoo! So the filament is in top of the gears. So I have a feeling it's getting stuck right here at, because this is still triggered. The top end stop here is still triggered, which tells me there's a blob at the end of this piece of filament that cannot get past the ball and the end stop. So the question is can I get the end stop loose enough without having to take the whole tool head apart? Because that would suck and just make things a little bit longer, but we'll see what we can see. Those are this small thing. So if I can remove this, I'm going to leave that as a pivot. Take the bottom one out. That will allow the ball to push this out a little bit more. And hopefully allow me to pull that filament out. Oh crap, the ball's at the top, not the bottom. But yeah, that's where it's stuck. It's stuck at the top sensor. Hey, long shot. So what I did was I took the bottom out. So I took the nozzle out, right? And on our nozzle, I'm going to take my push piece here. That's sitting on the nozzle. I'll mark it with my thumb. So that's about how far before it hits a that's how far it gets before it hits a blockage, right? So we're pretty deep in the heat throat. This will be heated up when we get there. So I should be able to push that through. Nothing's in here. We're going fully through there. And I just opened up the extruder and looked down, and the filament's not there. However, this ball is still triggered. So what I'm hoping is I can undo this screw, and which will let the end stop roll out a little bit. And because there's got to be a blob at the end of this, is where I'm getting at. There has to be a blob at the end of that filament. I am not. That's what I was saying. There is nothing in the macro that I see that cuts and then pushes back down. In fact, there's no retract. It just goes over and cuts and then pulls out. So I'm hoping that this would allow that end stop to kind of pivot on this axis, but maybe not, because pretty tight fit in there. The end state is I'm hoping I don't have to. Yeah, the only thing I can think of is there is a blob or a, when it cuts, there might be a, I don't know, a tip or something. But I'm hoping to be able to get this out without taking the tool head completely apart. I can just get a little bit more room. And I really wish I could figure out why this damn thing's not letting go. Come on, you little bastard. Let go of the PTFE tube. There we go. Okay. So I'm gonna cut this tip because, well, it's the only thing I can do. So there you go. There's the blob that was getting stuck on the top bearing because the bearing couldn't shift over enough. Now, to see if I can get that back in. Sad part was I needed like half a frickin' millimeter to a millimeter to be able to get that out. Well, and this is a CW2. The downside is, in order to get this far and to get this open far enough for me to tell that the filament was pulled up out of the gears, I have to take the shroud off and drop the bottom. So yeah, there is no ramming set up after it does the filament stuff. So now this isn't at the tool head. Will it let me do an unload tool without anything in the tool head? Bless America. I don't think I have any tip forming stuff in the slicer. Though, God only knows at this point. Sorry, I'm going to get my big head in the way here. Here we go. And I'm going to try and, like I said, use the same nozzles. So once I get this put back together, I'm going to heat the nozzle up and try and push that little clog at the tip out. Okay, so it'll understand that the hub itself is triggered and still unload back to the lane. Almost forgot that one of these is 20 millimeters and one is 18. Okay. That part's there. We're going to put the obsidian back in. And then with the obsidian back in, we're going to heat it up. And then we're going to use our little plastic plunger to plunge out whatever that little blob is. And it should be fully in the melt zone there. And then we can try again. Yeah, I will double check that. Thunder keys, because once again, I know it's set up that way over on my laptop. It may not be set up on Orca Slicer on my streaming computer. So let me look at that. Sorry, and that's in the extruder portion of the. Bring this back over here on the screen so you guys can see what I'm doing. So that would be over here. Multi-material. Wipe tower, purge and prime tower, enable filament ramming. So we want both of those turned off, right? Because we're not even going to do a filament tower at all. And that's where it was, is it's the enable filament ramming that's causing the real fast. Oh my God. I'm going to solve that problem definitely over here so I don't wind up beating my head up against the wall later. So we've gotten rid of the prime tower in the slicer. We got rid of the prime tower and the ramming in the desktop, or I'm sorry, in the printer config, and that's critical. It's in the printer config, not, whoops, not in the slicer settings there. Which means every time you create a new printer, or a new print profile, you got to go in there and remember to do that. Because if not, once again, that is the big ugly that we got. So it's unloading tool 2. Getting close. Seriously? And it's continuing to go because there's a filament strand in there, or a wisp that still has the thing triggered. So I'm going to turn this back off. Oh, damn it, I should have. Oh, well. You have to bear with me, folks. I'm going to see if I can do this without causing any damage, but there's got to be a wisp of filament in there that's still triggering the rear sensor. I've got to pull my PTFE tube out, find the wisp, and weirdly enough, I didn't see a wisp. Didn't see it, didn't feel it. And I'm having to do this down on the ground right now because I didn't unload the other 2 lanes. Nothing in there. Tell you what, this is troubleshooting 101. This is why I like doing this on live stream, because once again, I would be trying to shoot a scene. I would have an issue here and I'd be like, oh, let me go fix this. And then next thing you know, you guys are like, oh, this went together so easily and there wasn't nary an issue anywhere. And then you'd start having these issues yourself and you'd be cussing me out. Why did it look so easy for Digital Dragon? Oh yeah, no, that's fine. I'm fine with it going slow. It's just it kept going because it obviously felt there was a wisp or something still in there triggering it, and I hope I got it out. Otherwise, it's going to sit there and keep going, trying to unload itself. Add fresh coffee. Damn it. It's still trying to reverse out. So there's still something triggering that end stop. Trying to think of the design. There's no way of really getting to that end stop, is there? Or at least not an easy way. And it's not going to let me unload this, is it? You know what? It wants to unload something. Let's give it something to unload. Oh yeah, that's not going to work because no guarantee which way I can make it go. Oh well. Off we go again. Yeah, disconnect lane 2's button and push it through, which is a lot easier if I didn't have these up here. But I'll have to... Can I get it down here on the ground where I can get these off? One way or the other. Okay. Let me see if I can get these back on here. One. Oh yeah, Luke. Might want to reconnect that thing before you start trying to put these back on there. Okay. Sorry, gang. I promise you. I promise you we're going to make progress. Come hell or high water. I just had to trip that sensor. Okay. So they stopped trying to run themselves to death. So that's good. It ain't fun when it's too exactly RAM online. Exactly. So I need to heat up that nozzle, and I'm going to heat it up hot, and I'm going to try and push that clog through. If I can get that clog through, then we'll be back in business. And we've set up to ensure that we do not have ramming going. And we've set up to make sure that we don't have ramming. And we did set up to not do a purge tower. So we should be limiting any future chances of a kerfuffle with our filament. Or at least that's what I'm going to tell myself so I can sleep better in a little bit. And just be on the safe side, we're going to say G-code files. We're going to grab that one, and that one, and that one. Delete them. Make sure they're not there. Okay. All right, we're up to 260, so we should be good to push this PLA through. Open our gear door up. And all the good junk is shoved through there. And we'll be setting Orca Slicer up to do its thing again. So, to do its thing again, yeah. Yep, that's full length. This back in there. Yay. Okay. So we're back to square one. We've got our nozzle back in, we're heated up, we've got it cleaned out as best we can. I'm going to tell this thing to cool back down. And we're going to bring up our Orca Slicer again. We've got our thing to slice. We're going to come in here and make sure one more time from multi-material perspective, no purge tower and no enable filament ramming, so no extra help from this. So that's good. Nothing in here as far as to do a purge tower, so flush options, primer tower is off, flush options are off. Let's slice this plate again. And hopefully we're going to just get our box turtle, nothing extra. Say print, upload and print. And we're going to start doing our homing sequence. And we have an ad break going on, but for those of you that can hear my voice, thank you very much once again for hanging out and chilling out as we go through this process. I will switch the views so we get more of this and less of the screen. Oh, not a problem, Mr. Wizix. Like I said, I like to show these things just so you can see some of the, you see some of the pain, that it's not just, oh, boom, all butterflies and rainbows and unicorns, right? But also, you get to see the troubleshooting methodology. Like, how do I troubleshoot? How do I make this work, right? Now, don't get me wrong. If I can get this to work right, I will redo it again and do like a short, because this is now like a 12-minute print, but I will do a short of some sort as a serial video. But we should now only be getting our little poops versus poops and a big tower. And like I said, I am very glad that Thunder Keys was here, because Thunder Keys is still working on his build, and he's the one that got me on the invite list for this. And then having Longshot here, because Longshot is doing the software side of things. And with Rob also in here, ArmoredTurtle himself, I know from the last stream, as I was coming across some things that were just fiddly to put together, he's already sitting there making changes. So that's why I'm interested in going and building another one, because new sets of files just came out, right? In fact, let me go check real fast. So they've also came out publicly with a thing called Filatector, which is a very small, lightweight filament sensor that you can put in line with your extruder or anywhere, so that you can use it to do your ingress egress. Where is... Yeah, so Box Turtle stuff was changed like 5 days ago. So as we're going through and we're finding things, they're actively making changes. And software-wise, we've been kind of joking is, you know, people say no more changes, and then they go around and make changes that day. So. Well, and once again, that was just a default purge tower setting in Orca Slicer. All I did was check the button and say, yes, do a purge tower. And I forgot all about it doing the poop and kick. So really doing the poop and kick, there's no need for a purge tower. Same thing with the priming tower is really what it is. It's just trying to prime the nozzle. But if you've done a poop, you've just primed the nozzle. So first one here, we got the white done, and you can just see it started that next layer of white. And it started, if I can get the lighting right, there you go. It started to do the little pads of the turtle. So the next up, we got about another layer, and we got the green going, right? So hopefully we can get the green and the red and the black done this time. And we can get a full print done, because that would be really cool. I mean, 6.5 hours in, we were ready to start printing like within 45 minutes to an hour. Maybe longer. I talked through the config files like a madman. But while this is going through their standard thing, I did want to say, once again, for those of you that are just now joining, I did get my 3D Printopia shirt. You got Cookie Cat on one sleeve and Fabrico on the other. And there's the full back going. And you will notice there is a dragon den in there. That's not me. Like I said, that is the young lady that actually designs dragons and has a business where she prints and sells them. But how you doing, Britt? But I got shirts in. I got a shirt for me, Evil Diesel, and Mrs. Dragon. So we've all got shirts. And I went with the light blue, or I think that's that might be the sky blue, I think. It's the lighter of the two blue colors they had. Because I would normally have gotten a gray shirt or something like this, but the black text doesn't come out very well on it. Or it's hard to see. So I can tell you we're pretty good at least loading white. It's loading pretty well. Yes, no, oh, there we go. Oh, it's not going to load. We're having an issue. I forgot to put the tube back in. We'll get it to detect, and then it'll start doing its thing. So I'm going to have to hold it here in the back until it does its first layer change. And then as it retracts, I should be able to plug it in. So it just did its poop. It'll clean the brush. It's going to come back over and it's going to knock that poop off. Sorry, folks. Like I said, when it goes to do the change, I should be able to get this tube in the back of the box turtle plugged back in, and then I'll be able to stand over there and chat with you guys easier. I think it'll do about 3 or 4 layers, but it should go a lot quicker. I think it's like a 12-minute print now. Almost 13-minute print, so. So how you doing, Britt? How you doing, Pez Liz? And yeah, less than 2 weeks. Yeah, Mrs. Dragon will be home on the 21st. And then the good news is I'm off the 23rd, so we'll have like a long weekend to spend some time together. She'll probably sit there with something to drink and set up a chair and watch me work in the yard, cleaning up the weeds and grass out of the flower beds I've let grow. So we've had to work out on a couple of things here. One of them is we kept having some like nozzle jams and clogs and stuff, and we couldn't figure it out. And then we realized it was because we actually had a really nasty blobby tip. And I'll show that to you all here in a second. Just standing away while you take care of sick kiddos. I'm sorry, Britt. Yeah, Mrs. Dragon. So there's the cut. It's going to come over and park, and now it's going to retract the filament, which should be my opportunity to get the this tube back in place. There we go. So my re-spoolers aren't working as well as they should be, or not at all. So I think maybe that was a weight thing, but yeah, we'll get the re-spoolers working eventually. But right now, I'm going to do it by hand. Why is it going into black? Never gone into black before. Oh, it's going to do the center of the turtle in black. Gotcha. It'll come over here and it'll do another little poop. So the filament changes are doing little poops like this. Whoops. I'll bring you all in here for this. So it's taking this little poop. I'm going to come over here and clean the nozzle. And it's going to come over here and knock its poop off. Clean again. And then come back over and start printing. Whoops. I guess I'll leave you over here. There we go. So it went and did its cut. Now it's going to start retracting. Like I said, my re-spooler is not working 100% yet, so I will have to do this manually. Now it's going to switch over to the red. Which it just pulled off to the side. What are you doing? I gotta be like that and pull off to the side. You're not an AMS. And it's still trying, by the way. Oh, and I didn't even think about it. This is a silk. This is silk rose. Are we gonna have another load issue? No, it's gonna keep going. Good. Like right here, so it's got to keep going. It's just going slow right now because it's leery now because it went on its fast move. It got stuck, delayed, whatever you want to call, and now it's trying to go slow to feel the trigger on the sensor in the tool head. Almost there. And we're good. Yeah, this spool oh yeah, first couple of days or first couple of weeks of school, it's like, hey, the kids are back in the petri dish. So yeah, I know Mrs. Dragon has COVID. She just got diagnosed with COVID that she's had apparently for a couple of weeks now. So it's just treating the symptoms, right? It's going to come over and knock over its little poop. and just like that, boom, boom, done. This will be the fun one to keep up with. I know what the issue is here. This is a physical mechanical issue. So it did a little red. So there's going to be a T there in the red. And then the green's going to do the up triangle with the cross on it. So after it does this one, you'll be able to see what it does or what it'll look like. There's a little poopy. So that's what our should look like. Now, I may need to increase the size a little bit. Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to do that. Damn it. So the issue here is it really needs to be pushed forward a bit. I need something to hold it there. I know what I'll do. I got a comment, but I'll keep it to myself. They're changing the rollers, by the way, the rear rollers. The issue is they're not locking in place, so the weight of a spool pushes it out. So it's dragging on the bottom of the tray. Okay, you're nowhere near the front. Why are you... Dang it. Okay. So that was a little bit of whatchamacall. That's not triggering the hot end, is it? So there was a bit of filament stuck at the end of that. So I shouldn't say filament. There was a string. So not fully automated. I'm having a little bit of manual intervention, but there is some stringing. So I have to solve that as to why it's stringing, but the good news is it's going to print like that, and then it's going to do a retract. So. Yeah, everything needs tuning, and like I said, right now I'm getting some, I'll say strings or whatever. There was and I don't know what I did with it because I yanked it out real fast, but there was some strings that just needed to be pulled out. Yeah, and it's stringing. I'll give you that. I'm not getting nice, good, clean tips on it, which I don't know why it would be stringing if we're cutting, but except it may not be cutting all the way. That's what it is it's probably not cutting all the way. So I need to, yeah. And my support wire snapped loose, so that's awesome. So it's got a nozzle jam again. Damn it. Well, we're getting farther along. Yeah, so it's just finishing the operation, and I'm going to have to clear whatever the jam is. And it might be that I'm running it too hot. Right? I just realized I was running everything at 220. It's probably too hot, which is why I'm getting some stringing. Do I need to home this before I can do the lane unload after canceling a print? We'll see. Lane unload, we're at lane 4. Okay. So I need to check my tool head and make sure that we're not jammed up again. So I'll have to check that out. We're at 200, so that should be good for, I don't want a home. We'll pull this forward, pull this back, so I can get to the top. All right, long shot, thanks. Yeah, I think I got another jam, so we're gonna have to go through and do like what we did before. I'll have to do what I did before and take the tool head apart, make sure I'm good with the stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make sure the cutter is fully cutting. I may have to increase the length of the bar. The good news is each one we're making progress, so that's good. I think I need to change the temperature in my profile some. So that should have just adjusted that a little bit further out. I need to let this cool down. I'll undo the Revo nozzle, right? We'll check that out. We'll shut it down. We'll take the top off, make sure we clean out anything that's stuck in there. And I think right now, one, we just verified that the cutter is going to fully work, or will depress even more, right? So that should fully cut the filament. And then I need to clean out whatever junk may be in the middle there, right? There may be some wisp in the middle there. But folks, we've been going for 7 hours. It's about 5 o'clock. I'm going to continue to play with this a little bit. But I am going to go ahead and call the stream. Maybe we'll come back later on tonight or sometime tomorrow. If I can get this figured out, I'm going to continue to work on some tuning here. But thank you everybody for being here. Thank you so much. I can't express to you how much it means to me that you guys are out here hanging with me as we're going through and playing with this cool new toy. Because I want to make this work. If I can get this to work, get my other one to work, and they're reliable, I'm going to be like a pig in heaven, because like everything back here will wind up having one on it. So, but thank you all for being here. Let me go ahead and take a look and see who we can raid out to. Who might be out there? Maker Deck, Ron Cleveland, Stephen Poole, Kim for the Day, Free Heathens up and running, Chaos Drucker's up and running. Jerry. You guys want to go out and hang out with Jerry? See you later, everybody. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get us started for Jerry. He normally has a few people on with him. It looks like he's got 4 or 5 people on with him, so that'll be pretty cool. Community chat time. So I'm getting the raid started. And once again, everybody, I'll say thank you guys for being here from the bottom of my heart. Box turtle, it's really cool. Get one, build one as soon as you can. You can get access to it now by joining the Patreon or making a one-time donation under the Patreon links to Rob, ArmoredTurtle. And once you can do that, you can show that you've got everything on order. He will give you access to the files, and you can start building one of these yourself. It's really a lot of fun. Tuning is, you got to tune with anything, right? Unless you get the commercial, like Bamboo Labs, and get a commercial thing that's already, make no mistake, that has been tuned. It was just tuned before you got it, right? So there you go. With that being said, we're going to be rating out. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Thunder Keys, for throwing the links out there to this really cool shirt. But you will see this out at 3D Printtopia in a couple of weeks, and you'll be seeing it on this stream until 3D. See you guys later. Have a good one. Bye now.